Hello everyone. Welcome on in. Also, thank you to Rob and to Me Monster for the follows yesterday. I wasn't even streaming at that time. What was yesterday? Yesterday was Wednesday. I was streaming Wednesday, but I don't think I was streaming during the time I was followed. But thank you. Um, Also, again, welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. We are here for another session of RPG Afternoons, and this is Dark Souls 3. So, I'm excited to get back into it. A little anxious because of the boss we have to fight, but otherwise, feeling good. And Killmeter's here. Hello, Killmeter. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. So, let's get into the opening announcements, and then I will go over what we did last week in Dark Souls and what our plans are for this week, and actually what our plans are for next week and maybe the week after. We're so close to the end now, excuse me, that I think we can start going over the schedule in Dark Souls 3 a bit more in advance. I could be wrong about that, but we're going to give it a shot, see what happens. So, hello everyone again. I am your host, Lord Orfeo. I am a variety streamer here on Twitch, in addition to being a YouTuber. I stream 5 days a week, and I have 3 primary stream themes throughout the week. On Mondays, we have what I like to call the Monday Mishmash, and for the Monday Mishmash, we could stream any game from any genre. That's why it's called the Mishmash. It is a mishmash of game genres. So expect all manner of variety from us here on Mondays. On Wednesdays, we have our weekly Just Chatting stream called Community Chat and Gaming News, during which we go over community updates, gaming news, and game releases for the week. And then on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, we have RPG Afternoons, during which we play role-playing games. And so yes, I forgot to mention role-playing games is the only genre of game we do not play on Mondays. We save those just for the latter half of the week. So if you do enjoy role-playing games, then those last 3 stream days out of the week are for you. So if any of those stream themes sound of interest, then I encourage you to drop me a follow, and I hope to see you sometime during the week. And with our opening announcements now out of the way, let us return to the stream of the day. So again, we're here for RPG Afternoons, and this is Dark Souls 3 from Software. And Jamera has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. One moment. There's a little thing going on here with Twitch. Okay, that's better. Okay. Making sure. For some reason, like, it said we're live, and I know we're live because I see people coming in and talking to me, but I couldn't see myself on the monitor. It still looked like we were offline, so I just wanted to make sure. I just refreshed the tab and everything was fine. Cheers, Jameer. I was thirstier than I thought. Thank you, Jameer. How are you doing? All right, so what did we do last week in Dark Souls 3? And what are our future Dark Souls 3 plans? Good questions. So, last week, let's see here. Last week we completed 3 boss encounters. The Ancient Wyvern, the Champion's Grave Tender, with the Grave Tender Great Wolf, and the Nameless King, which I was super excited by. So we left off in DLC1 at the boss fight with Sister Friede, or Fried, not sure really how you pronounce her name. And yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. So today's plan is to try to first go and collect some Covenant goodies. Off stream, I have been farming for Covenant items to raise our faction, and I've actually been acquiring them a lot faster than I thought I would be. Let me log in here. So far, I have collected all of the Covenant items for the Warriors of Sunlight, the Sunbros, for the Aldrich Faithful, and I think, and I'll check as soon as we get into the game, I think we just need 2 more items until we have all of the Covenant items for both the Blue Sentinels and the Blades of the Dark Moon, because those are actually 2 different names for sort of the same Covenant. Which is very convenient, because when you level up one, you level up the other one at the same time. So, let's see here. Let's rest. And storage box. And then, there we go. There's our 30 sunlight medals that we're going to turn in. So let's pull those out. And then we have our... there we go. Our human dregs. This is for the Aldrich Faithful. Pull those out. And then you can see we have 28 proof of a Concord kept. We just need 30. And we'll be able to max out our standing with both the Blades of the Dark Moons and the Blue Sentinels. I have quite a bit of faith that I'll be able to finish that off before we finish our standard New Game playthrough, moving into New Game Plus. And I really prefer to do that, because if I have to farm enemies for hours for faction items, I would prefer that to be an easy process. And it's easier in standard game than New Game Plus. And so that's sort of my personal off-stream goal. But once I get those 2 items, those other 2 Proof of a Concord keps, then I'll just have to farm faction items for the Mound Makers. And that's it. We'll be done with all factions. So that's pretty awesome. So, like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get the rest of the Proof of Concord keps this week, maybe even tonight after stream. Depends how long we go. Excuse me. And then I think I have to farm like 29 vertebra shackles for the Mound Makers, and that's it. So yeah, we're going to start today's stream by going to those Covenants, the Warriors of Sunlight and the Aldrich Faithful, and turning these in. And then afterwards, we're going to return to DLC1 and try to see if we can beat Sister Friede. We might also do some play testing with some of the Covenant items we get. I'm not sure. I think we're getting some spells. We're getting some items, maybe some catalysts or weapons. I don't remember. But we'll see when we get there. And so that's the plan. As far as what our plans are for the rest of the week, let me get to stream chat, and then we'll get back to that. So Jamera says, I'm doing good. That's good, Jamera. I am glad that you are doing good. And Kilometer asks, what's your favorite Covenant? It's hard to say. And I would say that it's hard to say, because it depends on, if you specifically mean Dark Souls 3, I would still say it's hard to answer that. And that's because... Actually, no, I guess it's not really. It would be the Sunbros. It would be the Warriors of Sunlight. I think they're always my favorite Covenant in the Souls series because of what they're designed to do. So I prefer PvE over PvP. And you could say I also prefer co-op over versus. And so Warriors of Sunlight allows me to engage in more PvE activities by helping people. And that's, to me, that's great. That's what I love. I don't really care for person against person. You know, when it comes to, like, fighting things in video games, I am more of, like, a Matrix type person. And by Matrix, I mean, like, the movie Matrix. Like, I like the man versus machine. I like the human mind versus the computer's AI. I like, you know, figuring out the patterns of the enemies, of the enemy AI, and working around them. To me, that's the most fun in terms of gameplay. I know other people like the randomness of human versus human interactions. I can totally understand that. But for me, I just like cracking the patterns and beating the AI. To me, that holds the most excitement. And so getting to do that by assisting other players within the Sunbros Covenant is where it's at for me. Now, I will not be staying with that Covenant here in Dark Souls 3 because I like to role play with my characters. And so, since my character is a Cleric, since I've looked into the Covenants in the game, I know that there is a Covenant called the Spears of the Church in DLC2. And so that's probably what I'm going to leave my character as once he's able to get into that Covenant. Just seems like kind of fitting that a Cleric would be in a Covenant called the Spears of the Church. But yeah, I guess that would be my answer to you. Also, we have an ad starting about now. But you shouldn't get another one for like an hour. So I have found that, excuse me, that the ads were kind of running a bit too frequently, and so I went into the settings and I adjusted that. So it used to be like, I think it was 3 minutes of ads every like 31 minutes and like 46 seconds, something like that. Now it's like 3 minutes of ads every hour. So that's almost double the standard watch length. So, always trying to improve. Let's see here. Andred is here. Aloha, Dred. How are you doing? Hill says, very true. It's so awesome to see progress in real time, seeing how you overcome challenges in a particular level or boss. Oh, wait. I advanced too much down. Let me go back further up the chat. Sorry. Okay. Jamera asks, how'd that rare replay exploration go? Assuming you did it, that is. I did not do it yet. The thing is with my Xbox and with my monitors, that's a good coffee. The thing is with my Xbox and my monitor, so I have two monitors. I have, you could say three, but I really have two. I have my gaming monitor, which is right here in front of me, and then I have my PC monitor. And when it comes to how I have my stream stuff organized, my PC monitor has one HDMI port. My gaming monitor has two HDMI ports. And so in one port on my gaming monitor is plugged my PlayStation 4, as that is my primary game console. And the second one is plugged my PlayStation 3, just because PlayStation as a brand is really more of what I'm used to. And my PlayStation 3 is fully backwards compatible, so I can play PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games on it. So it's almost like I have 4 consoles connected to my game monitor, my main game monitor, which is great. But unfortunately, there's not enough space on either monitor for my Xbox. And so in order to game on my Xbox, I have to unplug the HDMI cable out of one of my monitors, and it's a little bit of a hassle. So once I start playing through a game or a game series on my Xbox, I will check that out, the rare replay, but I haven't done it yet. Killmeter says, I have 80 sunlight medals for helping with bosses. Very nice, Killmeter, very nice. I've only been summoned, I think... I've only been summoned twice to help someone with a boss. And the first time I got summoned, I wasn't expecting it. I was just like farming Lothric Knights, and so I had a completely different setup. A different helmet, a different weapon, I had different everything, just for the purposes of farming. And so when I got the message that I was being summoned in, I popped into someone's world. The first thing I did was dive into my menu, and I re-equipped all my standard stuff. And then I went into the boss room, and when I walked into the boss room, the guy was already dead. So, because as soon as I guess he saw me spawn in, he just ran into the boss area. So, yeah, I didn't really get to do anything. And then the second time I think I got summoned, the summoning I think just didn't go through. Like, it looked like it was loading, and then I just popped back into my own game world. So, I'm not really sure what that was. But yeah, I earned all the medals just by farming. Sunlight medals, yeah, it was just farming Lothric Knights and Lothric Castle. But I had a lot of fun helping people in Dark Souls 2. That's how I got the bulk of my Sunlight medals, was from helping people beat Ilana, the Squalid Queen, which is one of the big bosses in DLC1 for Dark Souls 2, and also helping people defeat the Fume Knight in DLC 2 and the Burnt Ivory King in DLC 3. And this is very true. It's so awesome to see progress in real time, seeing how you overcome challenges in a particular level or boss. Yes, I like that. I always say there's two things I really like about watching Souls streamers. I like watching them struggle. I like feeling the shared pain of seeing what I had to go through and seeing someone else have to go through that as well. But then the other half of it is watching them overcome that challenge, watching them rise above that obstacle and conquer it, and watching them have that sense of accomplishment. That's really fun as well. And thank you, Killmeter, for gifting a sub to Dread. Congratulations, Dread, on the sub. And again, thank you, Killmeter. Oh yes, I've also made some updates to the Frosty tools. In the shadowy corners of Twitch, a tale unfolds in Lord Orpheo's RPG afternoons. Killmeter greets with a sunny hi, while Jamera shares their well-being. The chat delves into Covenant choices as Killmeter boasts a shiny board of 80 sunlight medals. You're doing great, Dread? Good, good, very good. Doing well, as well. Here, excited, ready for more Dark Souls 3. We're gonna go collect some Covenant goodies, and then we're gonna go back to DLC1 and try to get our dance on with Sister Friede. Friede? I'm not sure how to pronounce her name. Oh, it continues. The shout-out continues. Well, it's not really a shout. The bot continues. Questions about rare replays linger like foggy memories. Progress is celebrated, boss by boss, level by level. Enter Dread, greeted with fanfare as they join the ranks of the subscribed. Welcome to Dark Souls 3, where every hello is an ally game. Jameer says, I'm going to have to go back in the VOD to get your response to my question since my... Oh, okay, I see. Well, no, I said I haven't done it yet. I don't have enough HDMI ports in my game monitors to turn on my Xbox without having to switch cables, without having to unplug stuff and plug in other stuff. So I'm just going to wait until I actually start streaming an Xbox game, and then I'll look into Rare Replay. And once you get to the right level, if you just wait outside of the Aldrich boss fight, you'll get summoned almost immediately. That's funny. Alright, Dread. Well, thanks for stopping in and saying hello. Have a good rest of your day, and I hope to see you again. What do I like in my coffee? I like 2 leveled tablespoons of stevia and some vanilla soy milk to top it off. So I love the taste of soy milk, and I try to use sugar substitutes when I can. And Tasachi is here. Hello, Tasachi. Welcome on in. Hola, plebeians. Jamera says, I checked the Mishmash list, and none are listed as Xbox. Oh well, that is correct. The reason for that, Jamera, let me pop in my earbuds. Actually, let me turn on the music first, and then I'll pop in my earbuds. The reason why that is because I have decided to cancel my subscription to PlayStation Plus. I will renew it from time to time when we're going to do some multiplayer activities, but ever since Sony bumped up the price of PlayStation Plus, I have decided that I no longer wish to continue to invest in it, because it's really only for a few things, and I don't really take advantage of those things enough, I feel, to warrant me continuing to pay the subscription. And so all of the games, or like 99% of the games that you see on the Monday Mishmash list, are all games I own, I quote-unquote own, through PlayStation Plus. And once my PlayStation Plus subscription lapses on October 3rd of this year, I lose access to everything you see on that list, or just about everything you see on that list. I think I have like one PC game on the list, which is the original Sniper game. Not Sniper Ghost Warrior, but it's called something else. I think it might just be called Sniper. But I have that on there because I have Sniper 2, I think, through PlayStation Plus. So that's why. So once we get to around August or September, the entire Monday Mishmash list is changing. And so some titles will be from Xbox, some will be from PC, some will be from PlayStation, and yeah, then whatever people vote on is what I'll play. Sniper Elite, thank you, yes. Dread said I lied. It's dead at work, so I'm back. Welcome back, Dread. Jameer says, and Hitman 2 is still there, despite you saying you wanted Hitman Go to be the first Hitman game on the channel. Oh, that's right. I think I left Hitman... I actually forgot that was on there. But I think I left that on there because I only, like, again, own Hitman 2 because it's on PlayStation Plus. Hitman Go I own legitimately. Like, I own outright. I bought it. But Hitman 2 is only something that I have through Plus. So I would prefer to play all the Hitmans in order, but if that means like having to buy a game that I already have access to, I'd kind of rather play that game sooner than later. But that, I mean, I get to do that, so we'll see. It's so annoying when companies up the price of subscriptions. It is. It can be understandable, but that doesn't make it less annoying. Alrighty. So, let's begin by heading to Lothric Castle. And I think the fastest way to get to the Sun... I'm just going to keep calling them Sunbros. I always forget their name. I just call them Sunbros. To get to the Sunbros turn-in point... oh, wait a second. What am I wearing? What ring am I wearing? Okay. To get to this... What rings do I have on me? Okay. To get to the Sunbros area, the fastest, I think we have to go to the Dragon Armor Bonfire. Lothric Castle, Dragon Armor. And then I think we just have to defeat a single Lothric Knight, and then we'll have access to the place where we can turn in the Sunlight Metals. Dread casts invisibility to go unnoticed. I guess it's getting busy at work. Well, have a good shift, Dread. Hope to see you again soon. Hope things go well. Okay. Also, while I have not been grinding for levels for the purpose of grinding for levels, as I said off-stream, I have been farming for faction items. And as a result of that, I have been able to level up. And so I do have access now to a new miracle. I've had this miracle for a little while. I got this from transposing the soul of the Nameless King, whom we beat last week. But the faith requirement was so high that I wasn't able to use it. And so I just started playtesting it maybe like less than an hour ago. And I'm not sure I'll stick with it, but I'll play test it, and we'll see how things go. So it is Lightning Storm. And so let me walk out a bit, and I'll show it to you here. So I like the fact it's an AoE. I like the fact that the casting time isn't too long. The damage feels a little weak. I think it hits enemies for a little over 200 points of damage, which isn't bad. I wish it also had like a guaranteed stagger effect on them. If that was the case, it would be well worth it. But I mean, if I go back to like the Cemetery of Ash, which is like the very first area, it can one-shot enemies, which is pretty neat. But here, not so much. And I'll give you a little demonstration of that. Instead of just sneaking up and killing the Lothric Knight that's guarding the turn-in point for the Sunlight Metals, I'll try to use Lightning Storm, and you'll see exactly how much damage it does. Kilometer says, I normally invade people, help them through the area, and at the end, drink all my Estus and fight them fair. Oh, so you're a mad bro. That's what Squirmy Duck calls them. The Purple Covenant. I think those are the Mound Makers. Jameer says, wow, another get off me button. Yeah, something like that. Oh, he's going in. He's going into the boss fight. He just passed through the fog gate. Good luck, guy. Good luck. Is it here? It is here. Actually, we don't have to fight him at all. I'm going to. But we could just ignore him, and the place is right there. But we're going to attack him anyway, just so you can see about how much damage Lightning Storm deals. Now, also keep in mind, he should be weak to Lightning Storm because he is an armored enemy, and enemies in full metallic armor are weak to lightning. So whatever damage you see is actually a little bit higher than what it should be. So you can see that was 228 damage. Uh-oh. And you can see my hammer was hitting for 358. But my hammer is frost, it's not lightning. If it was lightning, it may have hit for double the damage of what Lightning Storm was hitting for. So it does about half the damage my hammer hit would do. So that's not good. But it's not really designed to be a focused attack. It's designed to be an AoE. And as an AoE, that's not bad. So I'm not sure really in what situation I would use it. But, I mean, that's why I'm playtesting it. Praise the sun. Killmeter says, that's so sick. Great for groups of enemies. I agree, Killmeter, I agree. I really wanted to use Wrath of the Gods. I used Wrath of the Gods a lot in Dark Souls 1. And here in Dark Souls 3, Wrath of the Gods still hits really hard. In fact, out of all the offensive miracles I've playtested, Wrath of the Gods is the most impressive. When I had lower faith and a weaker chime, it was hitting for like 528 damage, which is crazy. That was more than any of my hammers were hitting for. And it's an AoE. But the problem is that it is painfully slow. I feel like it takes 10 seconds to cast the miracle, which it can't take that long. But it feels that way. It probably takes like around, I don't know, 2 or 3 seconds. Maybe more. Maybe like 3 or 4. But it's too slow to really be effective. But Lightning Storm deals like half the damage of Wrath of the Gods, but it also takes half as long to cast. And so I prefer having that speed. And Killmeter gifted a sub to Jamera. Thank you again, Killmeter. I appreciate that. And congratulations, Jamera. Thank you for saving the homies, Killmeter. The cape looks very comfy. I do like my cape. It is part of the Archbishop robe, which I thought looked very appropriate considering that we are role-playing a cleric. Alright, let us pray at the altar of sunlight. Offer sunlight medals. And offer all 30. Yes. The Sacred Oath Miracle Scroll and the Great Lightning Spear Miracle Scroll. Covenant Allegiance deepened, rank gained. Alrighty. So let's head back to Bonfire and we'll have a look at our new miracles. Jamira says, I think you tested the Wrath of the Gods and it was 3.8 seconds without Miracle Cast speed ring. We did. I do remember testing the speed and even like using a stopwatch to time it. Good memory, Jamira. Good memory. So yeah, that feels just kind of uncomfortable. How long does Lightning Storm take? Let's quickly launch that in here. Bring up my stopwatch. Okay, here we go. Not bad. 2.12 seconds. So, you know, given human error, takes about a second and it's about a second and a half faster cast time than Wrath of the Gods. Now, if Dark Souls 3 were a slower game, where like everything, the bosses, the enemies in general moved at a slower pace, I would use Wrath of the Gods. But given how fast everything tends to move in Dark Souls 3, I really need speed. And so I feel like Lightning Storm is a pretty decent miracle to use in place of Wrath of the Gods. Okay. So we have Sacred Oath. Boosts attack and damage absorption for self and vicinity. That sounds really good. I am curious, though, if it would overwrite Tears of Denial. Because Tears of Denial is considered sort of a buff. And I don't know if Sacred Oath would overwrite it, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And also don't know how long it lasts. Wait, why? Oh. It takes 2 slots to equip Sacred Oath. Alright, let's see what happens here. Interesting, though. Sacred Oath does not overwrite Tears of Denial. They stack. Very interesting. Ooh, that I like. That I like a lot. I wonder how long it lasts, though. I would guess a minute. Which, if it only lasts a minute, I don't feel that's very effective. If it were to last for like 5 minutes, that's something I would think about. Does it say in the description of the miracle how long it lasts? It does not. Miracle of those chosen by the Sunlight Covenant. Temporarily boosts attack and damage absorption for self and those in the vicinity. I do really like that it affects other players. Especially since in New Game Plus and beyond we're opening things up to multiplayer. It just ended. What was that? Was that like a minute? This is the tale of the sun's firstborn, his faithful first knight, and the brave dragon slayer who served them both. Oh, this is the tale of the Nameless King. The sun's firstborn. His faithful first knight. I'm not sure who that would be. Maybe Ornstein? No. The brave dragon slayer who served them both. I think the brave dragon slayer is probably Ornstein. Oh, maybe the sun's firstborn is Gwyn. Like, Gwyn was the Lord of Sunlight, but maybe he being the Lord of Sunlight, maybe he saw himself as being beneath the sun itself, like the actual sun. So maybe that's what that means. The tale of Gwyn. His faithful first knight. Maybe that is his son, and the brave dragon slayer and Ornstein. Unless his first knight, wasn't his first knight Artorias? Maybe we have some Souls lore experts in chat that can decipher the meaning of that. Killmeter says, do you get achievements for maxing out covenants? I plan on 100%ing Dark Souls 3, so I want to do everything I can before New Game Plus. Same here, Killmeter, same here. You do not get achievements for maxing out covenants. However, you do have to max out some covenants, because there are achievements for collecting all sorceries, there is an achievement for collecting all pyromancies, there is an achievement for collecting all miracles, and the only way to get some of those spell scrolls is you have to max out your standing with that covenant. So, like, the only way I could get Great Lightning Spear was to max out my faction with the Sunbro Covenant. And I think once you hit rank 2, that's when you get Sacred Oath. Rank 3 is Great Lightning Spear. So, no, there's not a direct achievement for maxing out your faction with a Covenant, but like I said, some of them you have to max out just to get those certain spell scrolls. Jameer says, only way you would use Wrath now is if one beam did more damage than a hammer. Yeah, I'm not, well, I would use it now if it were faster, not if it hit harder. Or if you suddenly gain Jack Dex. Yes, that too. And Jans is here. Hello, Jans. How are you doing? Jans has redeemed. Hello, I'm new to stream. Well, welcome, Jans, to our stream for the very first time. Again, how are you doing? Jameer says, do they, though? I don't see the Tears of Denial visual indicator. Yeah, I've learned that, too. So you can see it's still there in my chest. But if I were to do, like, a healing miracle, not like Great Heal, but like a healing miracle that would heal me over time, like gradually, you wouldn't see the yellow glow in my chest. It's the same thing with Sacred Oath. It overwrites the visual effect on my character. But if you look in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see... I'm not sure really what it's supposed to be, but to me it looks like a sort of black avatar from the waist up. And it looks like a person, and it looks like he's sort of like reading a book. To me, that's what it looks like. As long as that's there, that is the icon for Tears of Denial. So that's what I look for when I cast Sacred Oath. So you can see when I pull it off, that icon stays there. Both icons stay there in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. And the Sacred Oath icons pop up there as well. Maria says, okay, they do, never mind. Sacred Oath particle effect overwrote Tears of Denial particle. Yep, that's what happened. Jan says, it is indeed 60 seconds. Yeah, I don't think I'd use it then. Like, a lot can happen in 60 seconds, and I think if I were to try maybe run into an area and maybe kill some enemies, like maybe I was farming, okay. But if I'm gonna fight a boss, it takes so long to fight and kill a boss that in the span of 1 minute, I might hit some bosses either once or twice. And is it worth the focus points to hit them only once or twice? Or would I better be better off using those focus points for something else, like just recasting Tears of Denial should it break. I would just use it to recast Tears of Denial. Jameer says, Gwyn, Ornstein, and Smaug? Or was Smaug not a knight? Smaug was not a knight. He would have been, but he was criticized for grinding the bones of those he executed and adding them to his meal. Very, very grisly business there. You are welcome for the knowledge, Kilmeter. Okay, so we're not going to use... We're not going to use Sacred Oath. But what about... Great Lightning Spear? That also takes up 2 slots. I wonder what hits harder. Great Lightning Spear or Doris Gnawing? Let's check. That was the wrong spell. There we go. Oh, look at that. I can have them all. Organize storage. And let's put away Sacred Oath. Alright. Let's see what cast time is like. So, on Doris Gnawing... It's not bad. I don't really like using the Dark Miracles. I will, if I feel like I have to, like we did with the Nameless King. But I would prefer not to. Let's try Great Lightning Spear. Ooh, that's quick. That was impressive. Okay. Let's playtest these. We're going to do 2 different playtests. Real quick. We're going to first use Doris Gnawing once on that Lothric Knight that's here. And then we're going to do another time when we hit the Great Lightning Spear Miracle. We'll see which one is both faster and deals more damage. It seems like the Lightning Miracle is, which is really nice because I playtested the other Lightning Miracle. I think it's just standard Lightning Spear, and it felt like the range was bad. It felt like the speed was slow. It hit very softly. It was pretty much a downer. But Great Lightning Spear looks greater. Jen says, Smaug's act of blasphemous seasoning. Yes, blasphemous seasoning indeed. And Tasachi answers the question of the week. What was the last game you beat? And what do you think of it? Tasachi answers, the last game I beat? This is a small browser game, but it is a Level Devil, which is a platformer that trolls you by different means. It wasn't very good in my opinion, but it was good enough for you to beat. Are you able to charge the spears? I don't know. I'll try. Okay. So here we go. First, Doris Gnawing. 156. Ow. Nope. So that was 156 damage. Now this might be a bit of an unfair test because I feel like Doris's Gnawing, since it's technically like bugs or insects that compose the miracle, I feel like Doris's Gnawing deals really good damage, or would deal really good damage against enemies that are unarmored, like common hollows and beasts. But against heavily armored enemies, it's probably resisted. Whereas Great Lightning Spear probably does some pretty good damage against heavily armored enemies. So I could see keeping both equipped. But I would really just prefer one. And Great Lightning Spear might be the way to go. How many... Let me see if I can pull up more information here. Okay, so Great Lightning Spear, both of these... Yeah. Okay, so Doris Gnawing takes up only 1 slot. Great Lightning Spear takes up only 1 slot. The focus point cost for Doris Gnawing is only 20. It's 32 for Great Lightning Spear. Okay. Does it earn that extra 12 focus points? He's going at it again. Good luck, guy. Good luck. You can do it. Okay, so what was it, like 258 damage? Was that what we saw with the gnawing? Or was it 158, something like that? Let's try Great Lightning Spear. 350. Versus 156. So, that's almost double damage, I think. Woo-hoo-hoo. Aha, you missed. Gotcha. Oh! Alright, so it does about double damage for less than double focus points. But, I mean, I don't know. I think Doris's Gnawing is being resisted because of the armor, and I think Great Lightning Spear is hitting harder because of the armor. Does it balance out? There's one more enemy I want to try. This one's very safe to fight against. It is the Dilapidated Bridge. We're gonna go fry the large rat. Oh, I forgot to see if we can charge the spears. I'll do that once we warp in. Tasachi says, but the last game I beat was Remember Me, because we had to remake a new save file to exploit a new speedrun tech that was discovered lately. People are still discovering new speedrun techniques for Remember Me. That's cool. And you know my opinion of the game. Yes. You love the game, as do I. Gilmeter says, a man of great faith, but if the time comes, he will use the forbidden dark miracles to gain the upper hand. Yes. Sachi says, the last game I beat for the first time was Celeste, which is an awesome precision platformer with excellent level design, sexy graphicism, a great music, and a heartbreaking story. I loved that. Celeste, huh? I think I've seen some gameplay of Celeste, and it looks pretty tough. But after your review, I might give it a try. Little Devil is the name of the game. Oh, the first one you're talking about. Okay. Oh, no, sorry. Level Devil. Okay. Jameer says, Doris, 156 lightning, spear, 350. Okay. So, more than double. Lightning spear does more than double damage. And Jan's did raise the point of, can they be charged? Yes, let's test that right now. So I guess by charging them, you just, like, hold the cast button? No. They cannot be charged. Alright. So this spot is pretty safe. None of the rats can attack me from here. But I can just sort of peek over the edge. And let's try Doris Gnawing. $334 damage, insta-kill. Let me type that in. 334. Okay. I don't want to try to attack the little mice because the damage might be different considering they're different creatures. But like I said, I thought Doris Gnawing was being resisted because the Lothar Knight was armored. And that may have been correct. Doris Gnawing works well against unarmored enemies. So that was some really impressive damage right there. Alright, let's try Great Lightning Spear. 333. So Great Lightning Spear actually deals less damage than Doris 9. But what is interesting is that Great Lightning Spear seems to be pretty consistent. So I was right. It did hit harder, referring to Great Lightning Spear did hit harder against a heavily armored enemy because they're supposed to be weaker to lightning, and so it did a little bit more damage. Went from 333 to 350. But Doris 9 did amazing damage. And so maybe we can keep that one too, I don't know. 1 point less, but Doris damage kicks in against no armor. Yeah. So we can either use Great Lightning Spear, which is consistent. It seems to do roughly the same amount of damage against armored and unarmored enemies, but against armored it does a little bit more. Or we can use Doris Gnawing, which is situational. Against armored enemies, it does like half damage. Against unarmored, it hits really hard. It hits like a truck. So it's, I don't know yet. But like I said, we could perhaps keep them both on. Tune. Would probably have it. Like that for now. So, get to a level, buff with Tears of Denial so as not to die. Use Doris Gnawing to attack all normal unarmored enemies. If I have to step up to Great Lightning Spear, I can. And then I always have the AoE. Okay. So far it's looking pretty good. We have enough spaces for everything. Alright. Let's go turn in our other Covenant items. Travel to... We want to go to... Where is it? Irithyll. And to... Water Reserve. Jans answers the question of the week. The latest game I beat was my revisit of Resistance Retribution for the PSP. Very cool, Jans, very cool. Hardest difficulty. One of my favorite portable games of all time, and also my favorite Resistance game in general. Really? That is very interesting. Your favorite Resistance game is actually on a handheld. It's not on a console. I kind of feel that with Killzone as well. The first-person shooter game. My favorite is on PlayStation 3, and that was Killzone 3, but my second favorite installment in the Killzone franchise is Killzone Mercenary, and that is on PlayStation Vita. Jameer asks, why not both? Assuming you can pack both at once and tiers. Yes, we can, so we shall. You love Mercenary so much. Mercenary is pretty awesome. I didn't know you had a PlayStation Vita. Blackjack is a bro for business. Alright, let's turn in some more Covenants. Covenant items here for some goodies. Pray to Archdeacon McDonald. Offer human dregs. All 30? Yes. Great Deep Soul and Archdeacon's Great Staff. Covenant Allegiance Deepened, rank gained. Okay, so what did we get? I was just thinking, I bet Great Lightning Spear would work really well here, considering we're standing in water. Actually, that's not what I meant. I meant Lightning Storm. Though I'm sure that Great Lightning Spear also works really well here. Alright, let's see what we got. It's a sorcery. Great Deep Soul. Sorcery which improves upon Deep Soul. Fires powerful, darkened soul dregs. Archdeacon MacDonald, a sorcerer himself, delighted in the cathedral's stagnating souls. For him, they represented the glorious bedrock of this world. And Archdeacon's Great Staff. Large staff bestowed upon archdeacons of the Cathedral of the Deep. The Archdeacon MacDonald's trespass, the sin of channeling faith for sorcery, transformed what was once merely a symbol of ecclesiastic authority into a catalyst of sorceries. Skill, steady chant. Boost the strength of sorceries for a very short period. Works while equipped in either hand. Well, we don't use sorcery, so that's not really for us. Should we change our chime? Right now we're rocking the Cleric's Sacred Chime because it has the highest spell buff. There we go. It has 193. And let's get to our other chimes. Here we go. We have... Is this a chime? No, it's a talisman. We have Priest Chime, that's 168. Saint Tree Bellvine is 152. Kythus Chime is really weak at 119. And then Crystal Chime is 104. But I know they all have different abilities. I think depending on your faith, either Priest Chime or Cleric's Chime could be stronger. Right now, I think it's, for me, it might just be Cleric's Sacred Chime. Saint Tree Bellvine, I believe, doesn't hit as hard, but it casts miracles very quickly. Kythus Chime, yeah, is interesting. Especially if we keep our current miracles equipped. It looks like it has really weak spell buff, but it also scales with intelligence, which we don't have 12 intelligence. But it says that it works for miracles that lean towards the dark. And so if we used Kythus Chime to cast miracles, it should also boost the damage of Doris Gnawing, perhaps to even a greater extent than the Cleric's Sacred Chime. But that's if we stick to using Doris Gnawing. I'm not sure we will. But we'll see. We'll see what happens as we continue to gain newer miracles throughout the rest of our playthrough. And then we're not going to use Crystal Chime. With this, you can cast both sorceries and miracles, but we're not going to use sorceries. Jen says, I use Priest Chime myself. Jameer says, quick cast for the memes, because who doesn't love rapid-fire lightning spears? Plus, we could retest Wrath cast time with it. We could retest Wrath of the Gods. Sure. My dex hasn't gone up any, so it should still be like 3.8 seconds. But what? We can test it again. Sure. Oh wait, I have to attune it. So hits very hard, but it is very slow. Actually, I think I tuned it incorrectly. What I should be comparing this to is Lightning Storm. Okay, to do that, let's go to Cemetery of Ash. Oh, grab the quick cast chime. I didn't think about that. Okay. Storage. And... okay. So, let's test again. Let me get my stopwatch here. Okay. Wrath of the Gods with normal chime. I got 2.68 seconds. I timed it from the moment I pressed the button to the moment when the miracle was actually cast. So, that's a little bit shorter than last time. Let me try that again. .69 seconds. So, I mean, that's not too bad. We'll just say 2.68. .8 must have been the light rain one. I don't know. I don't remember. Jameer says, since Wrath is slow, any form of cast buff to make it better is needed. True. Ooh, Killmeter says, my donuts and coffee have finally arrived. What a good day. That does sound like a good day. I could go for a donut. What kind of donut? Glazed? And again, that figure was without cast speed ring. Correct. Without cast speed ring and without the faster casting catalyst. Alright. Let's try to put on the faster catalyst. Okay, Saint Tree Bellvine. And let's try this again. .07 seconds. So, about half a second faster. It's not too bad. Let's take a look at the damage difference. .522. .522 with Bellvine. And then how much with the Cleric chime? .712. So almost 200 more damage. It's hard to look down 200 damage. That's true too. That is fair. I did upgrade my Cleric Sacred Chime to +6, I think. And the Saint Tree Bellvine is completely unupgraded. But I don't think, even if I upgraded it to +6... that its spell buff would be as high as the Cleric Sacred Chime. Though we could check. I think I have a full stack of 600 Titanite shards and a full stack of 600 large Titanite shards. I never used any Titanite chunks to upgrade any of my chimes or talismans. Chunks were still, at that point, kind of still a little hard to come by. But the shards I've been getting just ridiculous amounts of just from farming for Covenant items. Boston cream and cinnamon. That sounds absolutely delicious. I love both of those.
Ah, 'tis good, wasn't he?
Reinforce. And... okay, they're both at +6 now.
Pretty be careful.
Let me sell some of the excess stuff we were getting from the Lothric Knight.
Ah.
Okay.
Ashen one.
Yes, I know. Alright. Yeah, I was right. So, Cleric Sacred Chime +6 has a spell buff of 193. The Saint Tree Bellvine +6 is 169. So it's not that far away. I would guess now, maybe the Saint Tree Bellvine with Wrath of the Gods would hit for maybe like 600 damage. Whereas the Cleric Sacred Chime would still hit for like 700 something damage. So... I don't know. Yeah, and I did say that speed is really more important. Seems like a good trade-off to you. I think it is a very good trade-off. The question is, that's only concerning, and this is, I think, the most important thing. Well, maybe it's the most important thing. It's very important for Wrath of the Gods, but what about my other miracles? My other miracles that I can already cast quickly. So like Great Lightning Spear, the speed on that is fine. The speed on Lightning Storm is fine. The speed on Doris Gnawing is fine. And so I could keep using the Cleric Sacred Chime and have these still hit really hard. Or I could essentially equip the Saint Tree Bellvine, and all of these other miracles would hit weaker, but it would make Wrath of the Gods usable. And so the question is that trade-off worth it? Is it worth it to be able to use Wrath of the Gods, but I would essentially be nerfing Great Lightning Spear and Doris Gnawing? And I think to answer that question, I have to ask, which miracle am I more likely to use? As far as offensive miracles go. And I think the answer to that would probably be the long-range miracles. I can see using things like Wrath of the Gods and Lightning Storm for two very specific purposes. One would be if I'm going to run into an area and just have fun farming, like weaker creatures that I might be able to take out in one shot with these AoEs. And I would think another reason would be if I'm on a platform and I'm using the force of the miracles themselves just to knock enemies off that might be running up to me. So that's another possibility. But because of how quickly enemies move, I might not have time to really let off one of these AoEs. So I would prefer to stay at a distance and use either Great Lightning Spear or Doris Gnawing. So, I don't know. They can only get faster. Wrath of the Gods seems too useful to pass up. We didn't even finish comparing Wrath with Lightning Storm. That's true. Okay. But now, at least both chimes are on sort of equal footing since they're both +6s. Alright. Did we put away the other things we got already? The sorcery and the other... Yeah, I think we did. The other catalyst. Okay. I'm excited. I just need another... 2 proof of a Concord kit. And like I said, I'm probably going to get this tonight after stream. And then tomorrow we'll be able to max out our other covenant. And then I'll start working on the mound makers probably on Sunday. Okay. So let's head back to Cemetery of Ash. And Jan's redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers, Jans. Thank you for the hydration. Okay, so let's see. Wrath of the Gods. Here we go. .03 seconds. Lightning Storm. Let me actually type. I'm not going to remember the time. 2.03 seconds. Okay. And then Lightning Storm is... I messed up with that one. Hold on. Let me do it again. Nope, I messed up again. Are they the same speed? Wrath of the Gods, 2.05 seconds. No. .29 seconds for Lightning Storm. Lightning Storm takes longer to cast than Wrath of the Gods now. And now I got 2 seconds. It's all over the place with Lightning Storm. I don't know what's going on with this thing. .32 seconds. Let me get some mana back and then I'll try it again. It's a little weird with Lightning Storm and Wrath of the Gods, and that's because with Wrath of the Gods, as soon as you see my character actually, like, cast the miracle, that's when the potential for dealing damage happens. But when I cast Lightning Storm, when you actually see him cast the miracle, damage still isn't being done. He has to raise his hand, lightning shoots down, hits him, and then it radiates outward. So when I stop the timer is when I see the damage begin to radiate outward from my character. Or when I see the spell radiate outward from the character. And that's slower. .23 seconds. So it seems like Wrath of the Gods is actually faster than Lightning Storm, which is weird. That's 40. That's 36. They're pretty close in cost. They both use 2 slots. Let's check damage. .602. And 178. Wait, what was Wrath? Did I say 602? Speed cap probably. We did it! We made Wrath usable! Is it, like, more usable now than Lightning Storm? .602. I feel like I have to be, like, not seeing the correct numbers. Because there's such a massive damage difference. Unless it's... they're resisting the lightning? I wouldn't think hollows resist anything. Not here. 249. So Wrath of the Gods hits almost... what is that? Almost 3 times harder than Lightning Storm? Wow. 602 versus 249, potential resist. Maybe. Because that's a massive damage difference for not a lot of extra focus points being used. It's like a difference of 4. I would think, though, that here, hollows don't resist anything. Like, this is literally the beginning of the game. I wouldn't think they have any resists. I mean, maybe they're weak to fire. But I wouldn't think they resist anything. We'll run one more test. We'll head back to Lothric Castle, and we'll sneak up. On that Lothric night again. And this isn't even going to be a fair test. Because the lightning miracle should deal more damage because the person is heavily armored. I don't know if they resist divine or not, though. So I feel like the lightning miracle should win this test. But if it doesn't, and Wrath of the Gods wins, we might just stay with Wrath of the Gods. But yeah, with the Saint Tree Bellvine, it makes the miracle usable. Alright, first let's go with Lightning Storm. Actually, first I should use Tears of Denial. Make sure I don't die during the test. Okay. $189. $363. It still hits harder. Uh-oh. Ooh, I got an ember. Nice. So it still hit harder, even when I feel it should have done more damage, because the enemy should take more damage from lightning, and the enemy even uses the divine element. So I would think they should have some sort of divine resist if they use the divine element. Now that's not necessarily true, but I feel like it should be true. Okay. So, Which... Wrath of the Gods is made usable with Saint Tree Belvine. What about the other miracles, though? What about the damage nerf from the other miracles? That's the other thing that has to be considered. If the damage difference is not that much different between the Saint Tree Belvine and the Cleric Sacred Chime, then I might just stick to using the Saint Tree Belvine. But like I said, I'm probably going to use the long-range miracles, or I guess mid-range miracles, more than I'm going to use the AoE. And so that has to factor into which chime I ultimately settle on using. And also, I guess, maybe which AoE I settle on using. So let's try Doris Gnawing with Cleric Sacred Chime. 3-3-4. And we'll gather some extra data. How about the little rat? 192 on Little Rat. Okay. Let's switch off to the Saint Tree Belvine. And then see what the damage difference is. Gotta also factor in cast time for the mid-range miracles. Yeah, I'll be able to... They're not going to hit as hard, but I can potentially cast more miracles in a shorter period of time. And that's definitely going to factor into things as well. So there's a few different variables that we have to weigh. Okay. Big Rat. 311. And is still alive. And 161. Okay. So those are the differences right there. And Lorelei is here. Hello, Lorelei. How are you doing? Lorelei has redeemed. Hello, I'm new to stream. Well, welcome on in, Lorelei, for the very first time. Again, how are you doing? So, with the Cleric Sacred Chime, casting Doris Gnawing, it hit the large rat for 334 damage, and the small rat for 192 damage. When we switched off to a similarly leveled Belvine Chime, it hit the large rat for 311, and the small rat for 161. So, that's a difference of almost... Well, for the big rat, that's a damage of like 20 points, and for the small rat, that's a difference of like 30 points. So, there's definitely a damage reduction. but it's not that great. If it were hundreds of damage points different, like if the Bellvine hit the large rat for like 311 and the Cleric Sacred Chime hit the rat for like 500, then I would have to use the Cleric Sacred Chime. It would just make more. I'm not going to turn down 200 extra points of damage. But if the difference is like 20, I mean, I don't know, in the long run, well, now I kind of want that item. I wonder how he died. I never attacked him. That's weird. In the long run, it might be more beneficial. Well, no. As far as how much damage I'm getting from my overall focus point meter, I'm always going to gain more damage overall with the stronger chime, with the Cleric Sacred Chime. But it'd be easier to use those miracles with this thing here, with the Bellvine. And something else to keep in mind as well is, as I continue to upgrade both of these chimes from +6 to +10, the difference in spell buff is probably going to be greater. So maybe like at +10, the spell buff is like, I don't know, 225. And maybe here it might hit like 185. So potentially, when this is fully upgraded, the spells could hit a lot harder than this. But considering they're both currently at level 6, maybe the difference might ultimately be 60 points of damage. Maybe 70. 70 is a little high. But I don't know. I feel like maybe Saint Tree Bellvine's the way to go here. So good suggestion, Jameer. I think we'll stick with Saint Tree Bellvine. Now, I don't think we have all of the chimes in the game. And so as we continue to collect new chimes, we may have to evaluate those. But right now, yeah, I think we're going to stick with Saint Tree Bellvine. You may not end up missing that small reduction. Yeah. As of now, it's a small decrease in damage for Bellvine from Clerics. I agree, I agree. Alright, so let's go in, and we're going to set this as our new default. And let's put away the Cleric Sacred Chime. Now, another tempting one is Kythus Chime, because my Dark Miracle will deal more damage. But I mean, look at that damage. Well, no, that's still level 1 though. Oh, but it's slower. Yeah. No. Saint Tree Bellvine. Okay. I gotta sit back down now. Now, let's tune our spells. Okay. So now that Wrath of the Gods is usable, I will be using it over Lightning Storm. So, let's do Doors Gnawing. And then for armored enemies at range, we have Great Lightning Spear. And then for AoE, we have Wrath of the Gods. So I think that's a pretty good build. Alright, let's put away Lightning Storm. Fading Soul. Here's 50. And then we have Soul of a Deserted Corpse. There's 200. And then let's get a little lore, and then we'll move on. I want to go over the lore for Great Lightning Spear, and then go over the lore for Wrath of the Gods, and then the Saint Tree Bellvine that we just equipped. Okay. Let me get back to stream chat here. Welcome in to Kitsune. How are you doing? Yes, and so far in Dark Souls 3, we've killed Eudex Gwyndir, Vort of the Boreal Valley, Curse Rotted Greatwood, Crystal Sage, Deacons of the Deep, Abyss Watchers, High Lord Wolnir, Old Demon King, Pontiff Sullivan, Aldrich, Yorm, Dancer of the Boreal Valley, Dragon Slayer Armor, Consumed Osseros, Champion Gundir, Lorien and Lothric, Ancient Wyvern, Champion's Grave Tender with Grave Tender Great Wolf, and the Nameless King. Pythos Chime would be very situational. It would, and that's why I chose kind of not to use it. The Doris Gnawing would deal more damage, but I would gain increased damage only for Doris Gnawing, I think. I don't think it would factor into... the damage for Great Lightning Spear would probably be the same or lower. Same with Wrath of the Gods. This is a really good miracle, but again, armored enemies resist it, and Kythus Chime does not increase spell speed, which would mean I couldn't use Wrath of the Gods. And so I feel like a good balance is probably just to stick with Saint Tree Bellvine. But again, as we continue to acquire new chimes, those will have to be evaluated, as well as what other miracles we can do. Like, I know that there's supposed to be a chime held by the person who's in charge of the Blades of the Dark Moon Covenant. And so once we get that one, we'll play test that one as well. I don't know how high the spell buff is on that one, but people say with high enough faith it is supposed to be really, really good. So we'll reevaluate once we get to that point. But for now, Saint Tree Bellvine. I think I'm also going to go back to the to Firelink and fully upgrade the Saint Tree Bellvine. Like Nameless King in New Game Plus level situational. Maybe. I might stick to just using the Saint Tree Bellvine, or maybe another chime, though. But I'm also going to have people with me, I hope, in New Game Plus. Lorelei says, I'm doing good. And you? That's good, Lorelei. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm doing good as well. We're here in Dark Souls 3. We're playtesting some miracles. We're playtesting some new loadouts. And then we're going to head back to DLC1 and try to fight the boss. I'm not sure I'm going to get to use any of these miracles against the boss. Not this one, anyway. But we are stronger than we were before. So hopefully we'll beat her. Alright, what else was I doing? Oh, I can sell those gauntlets. Okay. And traveling back to Firelink. Let's go fully upgrade the Saint Tree Bellvine. I kind of wish I had like some sort of flowery pattern on my robe, because it would kind of go well with the flowers that I'm holding. I mean, some of this kind of looks flowery. Alright. Sell Lothric Knight Gauntlets for 300.
Ashen one.
Yes,
Be
yes.
sure.
Ah, 'tis good what needs.
Reinforce. Alright. 2 Titanite chunks. And spell buff goes up to 170. And then 4 Titanite chunks, spell buff 171. 172. Interesting. I was concerned about using a Titanite slab on catalysts, or chimes, I guess, because I wasn't sure if it would, because I know like slabs are very limited in Souls. At least in Dark Souls 1 and 3 they are. In Dark Souls 2 they're kind of like candy. They just look like everywhere. But I didn't really want to waste a slab on upgrading a chime unless I was like really certain about it. And I was going to, but apparently that doesn't do anything here. Apparently you only have to upgrade this to +9. Because if I use a slab on this, all it's going to do is upgrade the physical damage if I like use it like a melee weapon. But it's not going to do anything to the spell buff. So I guess I can just leave it at +9. So that's pretty convenient. I get to keep my slab.
Pretty be careful.
That is kind of crazy, though, that the +6 Cleric chime had a spell buff of, what was it, 198? I'm gonna look at it again. 193. And then Saint Tree Belvine +9 is 172. So it closes the gap a little bit in terms of damage. But I do wish it were higher. Oh, okay. But I think that's a pretty good loadout we have. Alright. So we are rocking a new chime. We have a new selection of miracles. Tears of Denial, Doris Gnawing, Great Lightning Spear, and Wrath of the Gods. Seems to be going pretty well. Alright. Like I said earlier, let's get in some lore, and then we'll go fight the boss. Alright. Wrath of the Gods. Primal form of force. Creates a powerful shockwave. Wrath of the Gods is an epic tale, while Force is but a woefully incomplete version of that yarn. This primal account of profound fury emits a shockwave that also inflicts damage. And Great Lightning Spear. Primal account of Lightning Spear, which tells of an ancient dragon slayer, maybe Ornstein, hurls a giant lightning spear. Actually, this is probably Gwyn. Gwyn, the First Lord, slew dragons with his sunlight spear, a tradition upheld by his firstborn and the great spear he wielded. Much of this resplendent tale of father and son, while epic, remains tragically untold. Where is Lightning Spear? I think in Dark Souls... was it Dark Souls 1? You got Lightning Spear by maxing out the Sunbro Covenant? I wonder how you get that in Dark Souls 3. And the Saint Tree Belvine. Sacred chime for casting miracles of the gods. A Belvine cut from a small saint tree that has been meticulously tended to. Saint Tree Belvines are customary in the far north, and allow for faster casting than ordinary sacred chimes. Skill Gentle Prayer. Recovers HP for a period of time, albeit extremely slowly. Works while equipped in either hand. Okay. Did you mean Sunlight Spear? Yes, I meant Sunlight Spear. Okay. It's time. It's time for the boss. Let's see how we'll do. I hope we do well. I hope we beat her. Let's travel. And we are returning to the painted world of Ariandel and Ariandel Chapel. A little over an hour and a half into stream now. Jan has redeemed popcorn. Oh, but I said I also actually said this during the opening announcements, or not the opening announcements. I said this before the opening announcements, and I forgot. But I said I kind of had in mind the rest of our schedule with Dark Souls 3 for the next few weeks. And so I foresee us, hopefully, completing DLC1 this week, and starting DLC2. And then next week, next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I think we'll probably finish DLC2 and then return to the main campaign and beat the main campaign's final boss. Depending on how long that takes us, we might dedicate a bit more time to seeing if there's anything else that we can do before New Game Plus, anything else we can wrap up before we move into the next play session. And then the week after next, we'll move into New Game Plus and open things up to multiplayer. So we're very, very close to completing Dark Souls 3. And it feels like I've been kind of flying through the game. And I'm not sure why that is. I don't remember how long it took us to beat Dark Souls 2 for the first time, or even Dark Souls 1. I know it took a really long time for us to beat Demon Souls, I think, the first time through. But I feel like I've been going through the game really quickly, but I've been sort of on schedule. I said it'd probably take 2 months to beat each Souls game for the first time, and then to get its platinum trophy, it would probably take another 2 months. And that seems to be about right. Okay. Let's use Tears of Denial. Alright, so Sister Frida looks like she uses Cold. I am wearing the Frostbite ring, and I have all Estus flasks allocated to regular Estus. We're wearing our blue Tearstone ring to survive when low on HP, the Prisoner's Chain to buff our Vigor, Endurance, and Vitality, Ring of Favor +3, and her Chill Bite ring. I wonder if this is even useful anymore. Oh, it is. 1285 HP to 1345. It's useful. Okay. Alright. Now, what's our frost resist now? 451. Alright. So, if she uses, frost on her scythe, I'm going to assume that she's weak to fire. Alrighty. And yeah, we're not going to try to use any miracles. I think she's actually too fast to use any miracles against. So we're just going to try and club it out, which I'm nervous about because her and I have the same reach, but her weapon's faster than mine. So I mean, I guess I could have hit her with a miracle right there. I've only ever tried to, like, using a miracle against her one time. Uh-oh. Oh! I tried to roll at her and, like, come out of the roll with a hit, and it didn't quite work out. Oh, I thought I died!
Return from whence thou camest, for that is thy place of belonging.
I think I only hit her maybe once. That was some good damage on the hit, though. I think I'm going to re-enter and try hitting with a miracle, because she stays at distance for a while. I wonder if she would dodge the miracle, or if she would just let it hit her. Like, the Nameless King just lets miracles hit him, like, he doesn't appear to care. But I don't know if she would do that too. If she does it, that could actually be like a legit strat. I would have to reallocate my Estus flasks, but we'll see what happens. Oh, wait. Alright, Tears of Denial. She's just wearing cloth armor. So I would think Doris Gnawing should hit her for, like, full damage. Alright. Attempt 2. Oh, my soul's back, though. Okay. She keeps dashing at me. Oh! She is really good at that grab.
Return from whence thou camest, for that is thy place of belonging.
I don't think I'm going to use the miracle against her. Like, maybe if I could go run down all the way to the other end and keep her at range, maybe that strat could work, but I feel like it's not really gonna work too well. Whenever I try to get past her, I think she's gonna hit me. I could sort of pull that off with the Nameless King because it was like a huge arena. This is still pretty big, but it's not as big. So we're gonna try two-handing our fire hammer and just clubbing her. Okay, I think this is attempt... Is this attempt 3? I think it's 3. Nope. Oh, I shouldn't have drank that. I should have saved it. Oh well. Haha! You can get the first hit on me. You're not gonna get the second, though. Nope! Yes! Yes! We finally beat our first phase. This is the first time we have beaten her first phase. And yes, I mentioned earlier, I know she has 3 phases. I saw my friend Brookie Kazooie play this game. I think this is probably the only boss fight. No. I've seen her do 3 boss fights in this game. This is before I even started the Soul series. This has actually got into the Soul series. I saw a couple of my my people on Twitch, the people that I follow on Twitch, play Souls games, and I wasn't going to play them at all because I'm like, I don't want to play a game just because it's hard. And I started following different Soul streamers for other games they were playing, and I saw Brookie play this, and this is one of the boss fights I saw her do. So because of that, I know it has 3 phases. Alright, so he uses fire. I'm going to assume he's weak to ice. So I'm going to switch over to my Frost Hammer and try him with that. Look to Freed's wiki page, and fire is neutral, you think? Oh, it's neutral? She's not weak against fire? Huh. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense, considering that, I guess, this guy revives her, it looks like, with fire. Alright, first time in phase 2. Switching to Frost. Here we go. Oh, he's coming at me. He's a mad man with a curry bowl. No, stop it. Stop it. I should heal up. Okay. Oh! Wow, he's tanky. And he does a lot of damage when he hits you. Oh, this seems like it's going to be an AoE attack. No, it wasn't an AoE attack. I really thought it was going to be. He just kind of like poured the fire out in one direction. Oh, you missed. Oh, I don't want to be frostbitten. Don't frostbite me. Oh, I missed! I think I frostbit him. Uh-oh. Oh, this is bad. This is actually very bad. Apart from Freed. Ow! I thought that was gonna miss. Oh my goodness.
We must be, Ashen One. Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
I got an idea. I got an idea. Okay, just pulled an interesting bit of info from the wiki if you want it. No, I do not want it. I want to try and fight them as blindly as I can, but I just had an idea for a tactic. So here's my idea. I feel like if I could fight them one-on-one, I would be okay. Fighting them both at the same time is quite a bit harder. But I have a solution for that now. If I can pull him away from Freed, I'll try to fight him the way I was. But if I can't do that, if they stay clumped together, since it looks like they share a health bar, then I can just use Wrath of the Gods. And not only will it hit them for a lot of damage, it will hit both of them for a lot of damage. Which means I'm essentially using Wrath of the Gods twice. Because I assume it would hit them both and they would just ding the health bar, their shared health bar, for a lot of damage. So if they want to stay clumped together, alright, let them stay clumped together. We'll see what happens. I do have to clear phase 1 again, though. And you shared upon the victory? Very well. Now, how much focus points does that use up? 40? And I have 296. So what is that? Calculator. 296 divided by 40. 7.35, so 7. Actually, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. So I can use Wrath of the Gods 7 times. Oh, that's right, but I have no Ashen Estus flasks, so only 7 times. Maybe I only need to use it 7 times. Let's hope. Let me get the miracle ready. There we go. Okay, here we go. Okay. Let's dance, sister. Why are you backing up? Why are you backing up? Nope. Made you rethink that, huh? Oh! Oh, my souls. Do I have souls? I do have souls. Nope. Come get some. Oh, she jumped into it. Gotcha. Even if we're not able to beat her today, I feel like we've made progress. Because the first day we tried to fight her, we couldn't beat first phase at all. Now, at least today, we can get to phase 2. So, baby steps, perhaps, but we're doing it. I wonder why he's tied up down here. Alright, switching back to Frost. Two-handing. See what happens. That's the first time I used an Estus this whole fight. I didn't have to move one at all for her. Get up, get up.
Leave us be, Ashen One. Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
That was a really good phase 1. Phase 2 could have gone a lot better. It was interesting that when I started to cast Wrath of the Gods, that the guy ran away. That I did not expect. I did not expect self-preservation. Okay. Oh, good luck on your night. Nope. Nope. Hurrah for hyper armor. Nope. I'm getting the timing down on her jumps. I think what's really helped me with that, with the timing, is actually farming the Covenant items against the Silver Knights in Anor Londo. Because they can kill me in 3 hits. And I have to just get really good at learning their timings. And some of the moves they do are kind of, in terms of timing, are similar to hers. Beezer's here! Welcome on in, Beezers. Beezer says, this is one of the fights I gotta do right now. And I hate this one at the moment. Yeah, this is the first day we've been able to get to phase 2. I think this is our second day fighting her. So I'm at least glad that it seems like we can get through phase 1 pretty easily. But when these two join forces, it's rough. But I think we've only fought both at the same time. This is the 3rd time we have fought both of them at the same time. And so we're learning, we're getting there. Okay, back to Frost. Let's do this. Ha! You missed. 1653 on Frostbite. Come over here and get some. Bring your golden curry bowl. Do it. Oh! I thought I was gonna miss. Oh, this is bad. I'm dead. Ah! Oh, I can cast Tears of Denial faster due to the Saintry Belvine. Nice. I'm not two-handing it! Where am I? Oh, there I am. Died again. There's Onion Bro. Onion Bro's getting back. He must have died. Tears of Denial again. I try to roll through his bowl, and I still get hit anyway.
Lead us be, Ashen One. Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
I think I'm going to switch goals. In second phase, I'm not going to go after him anymore. I thought it might be easier because he's a bigger target. And he seems to move slower. But I think I'm just going to go back after Freed. At level 1, she's a nightmare? I bet. I bet at level 1, a lot of enemies in this game are nightmares. Killmeter says, I had so much trouble with this boss. Even after giving in and summoning Slave Knight Gale, I couldn't seem to get past the last phase. Oof. Yes, we salute you, Beezers. Brave undead. I don't think I will ever do a Soul level 1 run in a Souls game. I'm somewhat tempted to create a new character in Dark Souls 2 and do the no bonfire, no death run, but I don't think I'll do that. Like, that's the only one I'm kind of tempted to do for the unique rings. You're stuck on her, the Twin Princes, and the Nameless King. Hmm. Alright, we have an ad in about 4.5 minutes. And then we'll have another hour free for the actual stream. I'm almost out of coffee. I'm out of coffee. And so I'm going to go refill my cup, use the restroom, and then come back, and we'll keep trying. But yeah, next time I think what I'm going to do is just stick with our Fire Great Hammer. And I'm going to go after Sister Freed every phase. So, BRB. Okay. We are back. All right. We have Tears of Denial active. Let's give this another shot. I'm really surprised how, like, easily we've been getting through Phase 1. Like, when we were fighting her earlier, like, we just couldn't do it at all. And I've gotten so much better with the timing. And it's like I haven't been practicing. I've just been farming Covenant items the whole time. Uh-oh. Nope. Now, I knew it. I can sense when she's going to attack me. I can just, like, feel it. Now. Nope. Alright. New strat now, or Phase 2. We're gonna try as much as we can to ignore that big guy and continue to go after Sister Freed. Because it seems like once he charges at us and misses us, then he just kind of runs himself into a wall and just hangs out there for a while. And that seems like it'd be pretty convenient to run up on him and wail on him for a while, which is what I've been trying to do. But the entire time, Freed keeps casting that frost stuff at me, and it's hard to manage that attack and attack this guy at the same time. But if I can get this guy to miss me, then that means I can focus on just fighting Freed. The difference, though, is I'm going to have to be aggressive instead of defensive. And I'm not used to being aggressive with Freed. Oh. Let's go hunt. I was gonna time my roll. To dodge the bowl attack, and she slashed me right before the bowl landed.
Leave us be, Ashen One. Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
Either I attack her and he hits me, or I attack him and she hits me. The real Demon Soul starts here. Yes, that was a rip. That was a rip. Oh, I forgot my coffee. I just realized that. I poured myself some coffee, put it in the microwave to warm up. Used the restroom and I just came back in here. Wait. Okay. I think I'm gonna do two things. I think I'm gonna play test the Frost Hammer against Freed, see how it does. I think she's gonna resist it, but we'll see. And, I don't know. I could try using ranged miracles in phase 2. But I feel like I really should just use melee the whole time. And just save my focus points for recasting Tears of Denial when I need to. Let me go get my coffee. Marissa, don't forget that Freed is neutral to fire. Probably. Yeah. Well, if she's neutral to fire, then I'm gonna try Frost. And then, assuming we don't beat her this time, I think I'll just start trying all my other hammers against her. So, BRB again. Okay, I'm back. This is my final cup of coffee for the day. He just says, yeah, she's only weak to strike damage, dark, and lightning. Oh. I actually didn't want to know what she was weak to until after the fight. But now that I know... I think I'll still continue to cycle through my hammers, but the next hammer I was going to try after Frost was going to be Lightning. I think that's the order I have them in. Yeah. Then Lightning, and then Blessed. But that's alright, Beezers, you didn't know. The fact she's weak to strike damage is weird to me, though. Because usually, it's enemies that wear cloth armor, like I'm wearing cloth armor right now, and that's what she wears is cloth, are typically stronger or resist, what is it called? I think of it as blunt damage. But they resist strike damage. It's slashing damage that they're weak to, and to some degree piercing damage that they're weak to. But usually it's slashing damage. Usually enemies in heavy armor, or enemies with thick scales like dragons, are weak to piercing and or blunt damage. So it's interesting that she's wearing just cloth, but she's weak to strike. Okay. We'll playtest Frost, like I said, and unless we beat her, we're gonna shift off to using Lightning next turn. See how much extra damage that does. Alright. Let's do this. Now. Nope. I thought she was gonna charge at me, not jump at me. Nope. It doesn't seem like I'm hitting that hard. Nope. I can hear her too. Like, the sound in this game is really, really good. Like when she dashes or jumps or whatever she does, like you can hear like her footsteps and you can hear her breathing. It's like she has to, it's almost like she's a real person. Like when she jumps, it's not just silent, it's like and then she lands, it's like that's kind of neat how they included those audio cues in the game. Makes it easier to track her location. Tried to roll at her. Oh, this is bad. I'm dead. Must be pretty nice not being affected by your partner's fire, huh? There he is! I was just about to start looking around for him. It's like I haven't seen him for a little while. I wonder where he went off to. What is that? She heals? How dare you heal? Only I'm allowed to heal.
Leave us be, Ashen One. Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always hath.
Great. So not only do I have to go through a phase 2 where I have to fight 2 enemies at the same time, but she can also heal. Okay. Okay. Let's try lightning. much more damage lightning is going to do to her over frost and fire. It seemed like the fire hammer was hitting her harder than the frost hammer. But I mean, she uses frost, so I would guess like she's either resistant to frost or almost immune to frost. Oh, I have 0 souls. Okay, never mind. I thought I had more than that. Nope. I think she went this way. Yep. Nope. Nice. That seemed to go quicker. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll stay with lightning. Here he comes. Whatever. I want to fight her one-on-one, but he won't let me. Here he comes again. Uh-oh. She's healing! No! Oh! She's gonna get away with it. He's literally hammering right over her. There's nothing I can do. Did I find a hidey hole? Nope, because he can hit me through the wall.
We must be Ashen One, sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
His bowl and his fire can both go through the wall. If they couldn't, I think that'd be a pretty good strat right there. To lure him into the corner and then to go around it, because it seems like he gets kind of stuck on the wall. Target Ariandel next attempt? Is that the big guy? I mean, I guess I could do that. And Brandon is here. Hello, Brandon. Welcome on in. Brandon has resubscribed. 43-month streak. Wow. It's almost 2 years. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you very much. It's big guy? Alright. Sincere about your assumption. I mean, I would hope that it has both of their names above the health bar, so I assume it's the same. It'd be nice if I could just run in between both of them and just cast, like, Wrath of the Gods. And it hits, like, one of them for 500, it hits the other one for 500, so it deals, like, 1,000 damage in total. And I could just do that, like, spam it 3 times and just, like, kill them. That would be awesome. That would be epic. But I feel like I'm not going to be able to pull that off. Brendan says, "Heyo, Orfeo in chat. You're welcome." Dark Souls 3 is on sale for $30 on Steam. I saw. I think Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3 are on sale, but for some reason Dark Souls 2 isn't, which is weird. I think we checked that out yesterday during our Just Chatting stream. But are you going to pick him up, Brandon? I think you were thinking about it. Nope.
Return
Wow.
from whence thou camest, for that is thy place of belonging.
We haven't lost in phase 1 for a while now. Probably just 3 for now. You know, pick up 1 and 2 later. Okay. That could be a good progression to go from 3 to 1 to 2. In every game, the combat's going to slow down, but it'll be gradual. It won't be a drastic shift, like going from 2 to 3 or 3 to 2. Stop tempting me! Nope. What? Whatever. Whatever. Nope, not this time. Alright. We're gonna try going after big guy now. On the bowl move is... I'm not used to that yet. It feels like... I'm gonna die. Oh, he's coming for me now. She's embered. I have yet to hit either one of them. I can't get them separated. This is just like Ornstein and Smog in Dark Souls 1. Like, she's walking really, really slow. And then it's like all of a sudden this guy just starts stampeding towards me and it feels like I can't really do much. And then they both get right next to each other and again I can't do anything. Only what's worse than Ornstein and Smaug with these two is that Ornstein and Smaug can't heal each other. So it seems he or she can heal him. I'm just trying to roll away. I don't know what I'm stuck on. I died right there. I'm still trying to just roll away. I couldn't do it.
Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
Creed was healing when you were hard focused on her. Yeah, that's weird. I would think it to be the other way around. For instance, I say go after her every time he charges. Maybe that'll work and give you some time to attack. I don't know. The thing is, like, they're both always coming at me. And so when he charges, he has to charge through her. I'm gonna try to beat her with the hammer only. And then I think in phase 2, I'm gonna see what we can do with Great Lightning Spear. No, but I really feel like I shouldn't do that, though. I really feel like I should save it. I'll save it. For Tears of Denial. I see you. Nope. 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 Out of stamina. First phase isn't that bad for us anymore. In fact, if first phase were the only phase, she'd probably be one of the easiest bosses in the game. Through that. I mean, Tears of Denial is actually still active. No! I think it was the blue tear stone ring. Oh, that was going so well.
Thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
If I would have had enough stamina to swing my mace 2 more times, phase 2 would have been over. You did end up doing more than when you focused on Freed exclusively. Yeah, I might just have to bounce back and forth between the two like I just did there. Like, I started off going just after him, and then it seemed like she just stopped walking. She was just wandering around in the middle of the arena, and he went off to one side, and I just happened to be closer to her. And so I just went to go fight her. Yeah, so close. I'm not going to use those till second phase. What? I didn't know she could do that. I missed the jump. Where'd she go? I have no idea where she is. This was a bad run.
Return from whence thou camest, for that is thy place of belonging. I pressed the attack button too late. Oh, I was right next to her. Nope. Uh-oh. I got a little anxious there when my hammer bounced off the wall.
She's smart. She's sticking right next to him. I'm trying to break them apart. It's like whenever he gets too far away, she moves in. No, I missed! There we go. I'm just trying to roll away. I'm just trying to spam roll away. I think she's gonna go for the heal again soon. Oh my goodness, I couldn't get out of the ice field. That's so huge. The ice field thing she casts is covers so much ground. Okay.
Free us be, Ashen One. Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
Oh. Maybe when she casts that, I should just unlock from whichever boss I'm targeting and just sprint away. Like almost as soon as she cast that all over the floor, I was trying to roll out of range and spam rolling the entire time. I couldn't get out of range because it covers such a huge area. Oh, I also forgot to use that. Oh, that was close. I didn't have the stamina to counter her. Yeah, it looks like unlocking and running is working better. That's a lesson I had to learn in Dark Souls 2. In Dark Souls 2, some boss fights get dramatically easier when you try to, like, unlock from them and just attack, or you unlock from them to run away. I didn't even see that she cast the ice thing. I was just looking at the fire the whole time. 3! Oh, Titanite slab. Nice. Alright, we're gonna try to treat this the same as phase 1. Oh, she went further back than I thought she did. Oh, she's still invisible, though. Oh, there she is. Oh, my goodness. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Heal! I was spamming the heal button and nothing happened. There's my stamina regen effect from the grass. I knew that was going to happen. I couldn't roll out of it for some reason. I was trying to roll left and right, and I kept rolling back into the frost pattern that she set up there. What? How did I run out of stamina so quickly? Oh my goodness! There she is. Oh, what? Oh, that's so aggravating. No! I did the wrong thing! I ate when I meant to drink an Estus, and I ate another green thing. Oh, I'm out of Estus! This is bad. I'm just gonna have to go for it.
Leave us be, Ashen One. Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
That wasn't too bad. We knocked about a third of her HP in the last phase. You also ran out of stamina during the dodge roll spam. Ah, Ember Knight is here. Welcome in, Ember. How you doing? You got this? We were close. That's the first time we've gotten to phase 3. But hi. How you doing, Ember? Phase 1 isn't that bad for us anymore. I'm getting a feeling for her timing. Phase 2 is rougher, having to try to deal with both of them at the same time. that's right, I can roll through her. Nope. Gotcha. So you're able to get phase 1 done pretty easily. She still kills us sometimes in phase 1, but we're getting better. I would dare to say phase 1 is almost a non-issue now. Phase 2, still challenging. I feel like phase 3 isn't as bad as phase 2. Because no healing takes place, it appears, in phase 3. And I can just focus on one enemy. She's faster, she has more attacks. But, maybe I can just, like, run in, hit once, and then dash away. I tried to go for just one hit and then, like, spam roll away, and I still got hit by her frost. I feel like this has to be the hardest boss in the game. Like, I can't imagine a harder boss than this. Like, the Twin Princes was hard, and was cheap because of all the teleportation they could do. But at least with the Twin Princes, it was a single target. And the same thing with the Nameless King. And once we found out that you could just, like, stand back and sort of cheese the Nameless King, he became pretty easy. But with this boss, this is rough. As soon as I go into attack, she slides in there. Oh, she's healing! Nope! Stop it! She's laying down the frost again. Backing away. Trying anyway. I'm gonna go after her now. One more. Yes! Phase 2, done. Alright, we're getting phase 2 down. 11 flasks left. I tried to roll into her and see if I could hear her coming out of the roll. Not possible. Jeez! Do you get tired, lady? Do you have stamina? Where are you? I have no idea where she is. I thought I knew where she was. As soon as that black flame started coming up, I spammed the dodge roll button. It wasn't fast enough. Oh, there she is. No! Oh, no! I hit the lock-on button, but she was still invisible, so it spun the camera wildly around, and I don't... No! That is such a fast attack! I don't know how that didn't hit me. Seven flasks left. Whatever. Whatever. At least it barely took any damage from that. She's trying to frostbite me. That is such a cheap move! Run! Oh, I'm dead. Is she over here? No! There she is. She's right there. Three flasks left. Whatever. Oh, I'm stuck in a corner now. Oh, I'm dead. Oh! I just had to hit her one more time. That would have been it.
As thy kind always have.
Right at the end, I was spamming the attack button. I was spamming the attack button and I couldn't pull off the attack even though I had the stamina. So close. So very close. It's like she grabbed me, she pulled me in, and that staggered me. And then she leapt back and then she jumped back in. Jan says she gave me so much trouble in my first playthrough of DLC1. I ended up resorting to not using Estus at all for Phase 1. Then as soon as I enter Phase 2, I would ember to regain all health as well as bonus health. That way I'd have all flasks for Phase 2 and 3. I don't know if I can do that. I just... Estus as I feel I need to. But I have to use the restroom again. That boss fight got to me. Got to my bladder, my poor bladder. So I'm gonna go use the restroom again. And, looks like we have an ad coming up in like 4.5 minutes, so I'm just gonna run a 3-minute ad, and then we'll come back and try again. We're getting better. Phase 1 seems to be, like I said, almost a non-issue. We're getting better at Phase 2. And so now it's just kind of down to Phase 3. Well, we made a lot of progress today on just tactics against this boss. Okay. We are back. Oh boy. Okay. I was really hoping to end it right there. I was really hoping to end it. We got so close. Alright. I pull the weapon too slowly to attack. Still too slow. This already seems like a bad run. Yeah, this is a bad run. She's already killed me. No, I don't want to... Oh, well. I didn't want to go back to Shrine. I just wanted to go back to the last bonfire. Welcome back, Dread. How's work going? You got off? Nice. Well, you're just playing War Thunder now. Nice, nice. We are still here in the Painted World. We got really close. We got to the third phase, which is the final phase of this boss. And we just had to hit her one more time, and we would have won. And she hit us first. Nope. More red stamina. There's phase one done. We gotta heal up. Increase stamina regen. Alright. Gets harder now. I think out of all three phases of the fight, this one's the hardest for me. I feel like that's the case. I'm stuck! I have no idea what I was stuck... Oh, I think it was that pillar right there, that column. I can't approach the guy at all. She had him completely protected. Whatever.
Leave us be, Ashen One.
Wow.
Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
I somehow died twice right there. Back to back. Oh, that's what's going on. When I swing and it bounces off the wall behind her, it slows down my second swing speed. To go after her. Like, I can't go after the guy at all. She's so good at defending him, I can't do anything to him right now. And he's really good at defending her, too. They make a great team. To choose my moments with absolute precision. And even then, I can sometimes still get hit. It's just a really good thing that I actually use a great hammer, because I can barely get in any hits at all. So when I do get a hit in, it has to hit hard. There's the ice again. And I didn't even get a chance to escape. I didn't get a chance to hit him or escape. Seven Estus left. I think I lost like 5 Estus. And it only got in 1 hit so far. I think she's gonna go try to... Oh no, I thought she's gonna go try to heal. It seems like when she teleports in phase 2, it's because she's going to heal. She's... I knew it! I knew she was gonna heal. Look how much health was recovered right there. I can't even attack her. I have to regain my own health. He was almost dead. Like another 3 swings and that would have been it. And now he's back up to half HP. I also tried rolling through that bull hit and he still hit me anyway. Oh my gosh. This has to be the hardest boss fight in the game. Like, I really can't imagine anything harder than this. She's healing again! Oh my gosh! Roll! I couldn't roll in time. I'm completely out of Estus. So I have to beat the rest of Phase 2 and all of Phase 3 without being hit once. I have to be perfect from this point on. I don't know where Freed is. Oh, she's healing. Of course she's healing. Why wouldn't she be healing? Oh, I'm dead. I feel like she's gonna start healing again soon. No! Stop it! Stop it now! I'm dead.
Prove us be Ashen One, so we all thought of us from the
I got really close to finishing Phase 2 that time. Alright, let's do it again. No. I was thinking maybe swapping out the Frostbite ring for the Cleric ring. But I get hit way too much with Frost. 14 Estus left. Stuck on a table. And they're right next to each other. Get that table out of here. Uh-oh. I'm trying to roll away. I was caught under the bowl. I couldn't move. She's healing! No! Stop it! Stop it now! Uh-oh. Oh, there he is. I didn't know what he was doing. I thought he was maybe blowing fire at me. Oh no, 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 no. Yes! Taste it! Taste my hyper armor. $12 flasks left. I rolled the wrong way. Found you. What? Oh no! Whatever. Whatever. I knew exactly what she was doing, and I was rolling out of the way at the same time, and she still hit me. That means that move is almost unavoidable. I need to lock on! It's down to 7 flasks now. Oh, I'm dead. Five flasks, and I haven't hit her once yet. keep running out of stamina with her. Maybe I have to roll into it instead of trying to roll to the side. Because even when I'm rolling to the side, she still hits me. She killed me right there.
Leave us be, Ashen One. Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
Oh boy. Welcome, Infusion. Alright, let me pull out those other... What? Oh, I guess I had 20 of these and I was only able to pull out 10. Okay. I think I'm gonna go for the budding green instead. Keep that one as a souvenir. And I don't think I'm going to use any green blossoms until phase 3. Alright. Let me hit stream chat here. Dread says, I haven't played this, but I've heard this is the hardest fight in the game. I feel like it would be, Dread. 3 phases is crazy. The fact the bosses can like cover each other by attacking the player is crazy. The fact that they can heal, or at least one of them can heal the other one, is crazy. It is a really, really hard fight. Fusion has redeemed. Hello, I'm new to stream. Well, welcome in, Fusion, for the very first time. Again. Thank you for stopping in. How you doing? 3.5 hours, fashionably late. What have I missed? And Fusion has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers, Fusion. Jen says, the closest attempt ever. Orpheus was 1 hit away from beating the entire boss fight. Yep. So at the beginning of stream, Fusion, we took our Covenant items that we had farmed off stream, our 30 Sunlight medals, and we maxed out our Covenant faction with the Sunbros. Then we had our Human Dregs. We turned those into the Aldrich Faithful. We hit rank 3 with those. After today's stream, I'll probably go and farm some more Silver Knights in Anor Londo. I just need 2 more of like the Severed Ears in order to max out our faction with them. We did some play testing, and we figured out what I think is a better setup for our character, at least right now. We switched off from using the Cleric's Chime to using the Bellvine to cast our miracles, because even though its spell buff isn't as high, so our offensive miracles don't deal as much damage. From what we've seen, the damage reduction is negligible. It's between like maybe like 30 points of damage, so that's not too bad. but it greatly speeds up our casting time. And so before we were just completely unable to use Wrath of the Gods. Now we can actually use it because it's sped it up. And we're still using Dora's Gnawing. And then we're also using Great Lightning Spear, which we got from maxing out our faction with the Sunbros. So we did playtest with both of these miracles, Dora's Gnawing and Great Lightning Spear, and it seems that Dora's Gnawing actually deals more damage, but only against enemies that are unarmored. Against enemies that are armored, it would be Great Lightning Spear. And in fact, Great Lightning Spear appears to be the more consistent of the two. It seems to deal almost the same amount of damage against armored and unarmored enemies, but it deals slightly more against armored. Whereas with Dora's Gnawing, it deals a lot of damage against unarmored enemies, but it deals like a quarter of that damage, or maybe a third of that damage against enemies that are armored. So both are kind of situational. It's probably good to have both in our repertoire. And yeah, we're rocking Wrath of the Gods and still Tears of Denial. And we're getting better at this boss fight. We can usually beat Phase 1 now. We've beaten Phase 2 a few times. I think we're getting a little bit better at that. It's still really tough. Phase 3, we've come really, really close. Both times, I'd say the 2 times we've come the closest to beating this boss fight in Phase 3, we just ran out of stamina. Things were happening so quickly, we just had to keep dodging all over the place that we didn't have enough stamina to both dodge and attack at the same time. And the instance where we got one attack away from beating her, it was really, really rough. At that time, it wasn't a stamina issue, it was she just had us in like a weird lock maneuver, and it stunned us, and then she just hit us one more time after that, and that was it. That was the clincher. So I'm hoping we can beat her. We're gonna keep on trying. We've been going now for like 3 hours and 41 minutes. I think we'll try her for like another 19 minutes, and hopefully we'll get her. If not, then we might just start DLC 2 and then come back to her some other time. Alright. But I wish this fight were just Phase 1. If it were Phase 1, she would be a pretty easy boss once you get used to her. Phase 2 is incredibly hard for me. Phase 3 doesn't feel as hard as Phase 2, but it's still difficult. Nope! Oh. It's hard to even drink my coffee because my hand is shaking. Like, both of my hands are shaking. This fight is just, it's so tense. I would say so far this is the hardest boss fight for me in the Soul series. Much of India! How are you doing? This is your favorite fight in the game or the series? The whole series? Wow. Was this fight hard for you? I would say for me, my favorite boss fight in this game is still the Abyss Watchers. But only Phase 2. I didn't like Phase 1. I first died 500 million times. Yeah. Yesterday, we got here and we were not able to beat Phase 1 at all. Not even close. And today, we can pretty much succeed at Phase 1. And we're getting better at Phase 2. But, I would probably say we're getting maybe better at Phase 3 as well. I bet she's gonna heal soon. Oh, there she is! I knew she was gonna heal soon. I knew it! I could feel it. I could sense it. Stop it! Stop it! You saw that? I was rolling away. I thought she was gonna run right into that. I know she's gonna heal again soon. I know it's coming. Oh, that was beautiful. With that one swing. That one swing hit them both at the same time. That's how I got him. I have 0 souls to collect. 11 flasks left. And I know the patterns and when to be aggressive or back off. Oh no. Oh, she disappeared on me. Uh-oh. I can never avoid that. I see it, I roll through it, or I try to roll through it, and she still hits me with it anyway. Oh, I'm dead. I don't know how that didn't grab me. Oh, this is bad. Three flasks left. Oh, why did you do this to me? There she is. Last Estus. Eat it! Eat it, Sister Freed! Taste my hammer! Oh, ember restored, soul of Sister Freed. Oh, we are now freed from Freed. Oh, my goodness. Oh. That was so intense. My hands are shaking. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Let me get back to stream chat here. 72,000 souls. Oh boy. That's it? 72,000? I feel like that should be worth more. A 3-phase boss fight, I feel like that should be worth more souls. That should be like worth 172,000. Oh, I like them muscles, much of India. Jan's redeemed Congo Rats. Thank you for the congrats, Jans. Orpheus Tyson versus Joe Frazier, GG's. It is Cleric versus Nun. It is a divine battle. Thank you for the Congo Rats, Dread. Well, time to see what we can use your soul for, yes. Her boss weapon is awesome. It's 75k into slab, to be fair. That's true, the slab is worth quite a bit. Huh? There's 2 bonfires? Why are there 2 bonfires? Second one takes you to DLC2, just like the killed one. Why would it do that? And what is this? It looks like a snake in a cloak. Oh, I wonder if that's like the kind of enemies you're gonna have to fight in DLC 2. Well, I don't want to, like, leave right now. What happens story-wise? Do we speak to that guy again? The guy who gave us the torn piece of painting and told us to come here? Maybe we have to reload the area. Alright, let's go see what we can turn the boss soul into. I had no Estus left. It was gonna be her, or it's gonna be me. And we pulled it off. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, now I have to update the boss command. Or boss's command. That was 2 really hard bosses back to back. Last week, the last boss we beat was Nameless King. And then the first boss we beat this stream was Sister Freed. Let's get some lore first. I wonder why her soul looks so different. It looks abyssal, but it's very thin. Sister Freed. Sister... F-R-I-E-D-E. Okay. And what were you going to tell me before, Jamera? You said you would save it till after the fight? There we go. The Nameless King and Sister Freed. Alright, let's get some lore in. Soul of Sister Freed. Alright, one of the twisted souls steeped in strength. Used to acquire numerous souls or transposed to extract its true strength. Freed was the first Ash to enter the painting, but together with the Good Father, they chose rot over fire. Oh, maybe after this I can return to the chapel where we just came from and go upstairs. Maybe speak to that little boy who said he was going to go back to return to painting. Maybe he'll be up there now. Yeah, this is the one. I feel bad for this character. He was always so nice to us, and at the end he just turned to ash. Like, if there was some side quest you had to go on to spare him, I would have done it. Alright, what are our options? Alright, we have Freed's Great Scythe. That's a lot of text. Oof. A great scythe wielded by Sister Freed. Oh, no, Sister L. Freed. I guess that's her proper name. With a curved blade thinly coated by painted world frost that easily breaks the guard of shields. Oh. Bypass shields, huh? In the painting, the scythe is a symbol of a long-lost home, possibly explaining Elfride's preference for it. Skill Elfride's stance. Conjure a magic blade support scythe into the left hand, while the great scythe remains in the right, a stance derived from Elfride's former swordsmanship. Use normal attack to leap forward and swing twice, or strong attack to coat the earth with running frost. Wow, that sounds really good. I'm not going to use it, but that sounds really good. Or Rose of Ariandel. A flail used by the bulbous father of the painted world to shred his own skin. Ew. Oh, this is what he was talking about in the cutscene from yesterday when he first walked down there. He was asking Free to bring him his flail. A flail used by the bulbous father of the painted world to shred his own skin, producing blood to appease the flame. Both a weapon and a miracle catalyst. Ooh, a miracle catalyst. You got my attention now. Ariandel, being the restorer of the painted world, knew that it was painted with blood, and only blood could protect the secret. Skill Awakening. Violently flail oneself to trigger an awakening that temporarily boosts the strength of miracles, just as the Good Father used the rose himself. It makes our miracles stronger. I wonder if you have to hold it, or you can put it away after using the buff, and then... Well, I think we'll test it. Is there anything else we can use it on? No. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the rose. Oh, I can't even use the rose. We need 12 decks. I mean, if I really want to, I could. I could just grind. I think I have like 10. I could grind out 2 more levels. Or, I could wear the Hunter ring, but I don't really want to do that. Actually, I can probably still use its special ability. I don't know what would be nerfed on it, though. We're gonna go for it. 3,000 souls. Yes. Jameer says, it was already spoiled, but if the player has used Slave Knight Gale's summon sign, You will be summoned into the arena once the second phase begins. Oh. That's something I'll do in New Game Plus and beyond, but not first play. Jen says the list has grown so big. It is. It has indeed. It has indeed. All right. What is our... There it is. It probably has a stronger spell buff once it's upgraded. Because this is already at +9, and this is not even at +1. And it's pretty close in terms of spell buff. It's probably slower, though. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, that's a big catalyst. Looks like a tail. Like a donkey tail. What? Oh, is that what that means? If you don't have enough dex, you can't use it to cast miracles? You just swing it around like a weapon, like a melee weapon? That's kind of funny. What, can I use a special effect? Yes. No? I think I just cast Tears of Denial on myself. Let's try this again. Oh my. What kind of weapon is this? Where, oh, let me take that off. Oh, it's not considered a chime. You can use it as one, but it's considered a whip. Of course it's going to be a whip, because whips are awesome. We learned that in Dark Souls 2. Just a really, really short range whip. And what does it do again? Oh, look at that. That's my blood right there. Ew. Violently flail oneself to trigger an awakening that temporarily boosts the strength of miracles. Okay. I'm gonna try this again, see if I can see a buff. How do I even know it's working, though? There's no new icon that's coming up. Like, there's no buff icon. Jamira says it takes your health, so it's instantly not worth it for your playstyle. I mean, that's kind of true. If I were more of a pure caster, I can see this being really good. Like, if I just stayed at range the entire time, because then my health wouldn't matter so much. Alright, let's do some inventory stuff, and then I think I want to try and... maybe test this out a little bit. Let's pull out the Miracle Ring. Well, first let's pull out Hunter's Ring. And then let's also pull out Ring of the Sun's Firstborn. There we go, now we can use it. Alright, I want to test this. Let's try... Dilapidated. We're gonna try on the Big Rat again. At least you could use it to trigger Red Tear Stone. That's true. That's probably a really good combo. If you're more of a pure caster, and you're already a little low on HP, you can use this to inflict damage to yourself. The Red Tear Stone Ring kicks in, it gives all of your attacks a buff. And then, just by using the Whip, you give yourself a buff as well to your spells. And so, all that damage combined is probably a really hard-hitting spell there. Alright. Doris Gnawing. We'll just use this one. Alright. Big Rat. Oh, I need that. $315. Okay. Oh, there it is. Oh! Now I see it. Okay, so you keep the buff even if you switch off of it. $334. From 315 to 334? So we gain 19 damage? We lose that much health to gain 19 damage? That's not a really good trade-off. $334 at +0. But do you think the special abilities like scales with how strong the item is? Like, you think if I upgrade it, the special ability will get stronger? No, but the spell power for sure will. I mean, that's true. But, like, even if I were to use this as a catalyst, it's probably slow. Let's see. I didn't mean to do that. How do I even use this to cast miracles? Oh, I have to two-hand it, don't I? I two-handed the wrong thing. There we go. Nope, that's block. Can I not cast miracles with this? Oh, I get it, I get it, I get it, I get it. So, if it's one-handed, you have to use the trigger, not the bumper. I got you, okay. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Let's test out the cast speed. Yeah, see, that's kind of slow. As opposed to... That's a little bit faster. Alright, now what about the damage difference? That's not what I meant to do. I'm trying to, like, remember how to, like, use the spells here. Okay. L2. We got the buff. Hmm. 334. I mean, that's not too bad. So we use the whip, and then we toggle to the Bellvine, which is at +9, and I think the buff plus the Bellvine did the exact same amount of damage, or if not close to it, as the Rose of Ariandel does at +0. So, I mean, that's pretty good. I'm pretty sure if you upgraded this more, it would hit even harder. Like, the spell buff would be even higher. I'm tempted to just use and level up, what is it called? The Rose of Ariandel, and just use this as our main catalyst. But I think two things are stopping me. One, it doesn't cast miracles quickly, it just casts at normal speed. And so, like, Wrath of the Gods wouldn't be as useful anymore. Like, it only really became useful with the Bellvine. And maybe I could try to adapt. But even if I were to adapt, let's say I could adapt to the slower casting speed. Even if I did, a good amount of the time as I'm playing through regular levels, not boss fights, but just like I'm exploring regular levels, I'll often use the chime to heal up instead of using Estus. And with that method, I'm able to not have to try to make my way so many times across the same points over and over again, because I don't need as much Estus because I'm relying on the heals from the chime. But if I use this, I lose that. I don't get those heals anymore. So not only am I gonna have a slower casting speed, I'm also gonna lose my heals. And is that a good trade-off for what's probably going to be a pretty decent bump to damage output once it's fully leveled up? Jamira says, despite being classified as a whip, it actually has the club moveset, and as a consequence exchanges the range of its single-tailed cousins for a much shorter delay before attacks. However, despite using this club moveset, it cannot be parried like other whips. What? It cannot be parried like other whips. Now that's weird, because in Dark Souls 2 you can't parry whips at all. That's like one of the perks to using whips. Oh no, that's what it's saying. I got you, I got you. Despite its club moveset, it cannot be parried like other. So yeah, you can't parry whips in Dark Souls 3 either. I got you, I got you. Special isn't on timer, by the way. Yeah, I can see that it lasts for a decent while before going away, which is, I mean, that's kind of nice. I could always, like, just use both. Like, I could, I mean, it would be weird, but, like, I could two-hand it, and then I could whip myself for the damage bonus. That's so weird. I think they should have... The button should be different when you use this, but whatever. So I could whip myself for the damage bonus. And then while I have it, I could toggle to a normal chime. And then use that. And then have that heal me. And then I could still cast other miracles while I'm healing. And so, like, that's a combination I could do. But, like, realistically, that's not something I'm going to try to pull off in a boss fight. Or even against normal enemies. Like, maybe if I see an enemy in the distance, kind of like I see this guy walking here in the distance. If I knew he was a strong enemy and maybe I wanted to prep for him, I might do something like this. But probably not. I feel like to get the most out of the Rose of Ariandel, I would really have to change up almost my whole playstyle. It's like you said, Jamera. Like, for the way that I play a Cleric, this isn't really, I think, a good item for me. I feel like, though, I'm never going to do it, but I feel like if I were to ever create a second Cleric, I could totally see me basing a second Cleric build entirely around the Rose of Ariandel. Because it is really cool. But, like, I love the animation. Which might make me sound morbid, but I think it's cool. Oh, I'm out of mana. But I don't think I'm going to use it. Let's also switch our rings. Jameer says, increasing the damage of all offensive miracles by 25% for 2 minutes. That's a good amount. 25%. Does that stack with other things? Like, would that also stack with Ring of the Sun's Firstborn? Because if that stacks, then I might try to upgrade it anyway and try to use it. You don't know? Let's test it. How much damage did we say the, Oh, I unequipped it. How much damage did I say we did? I think it was like 3, 3, 4. Let's try casting this again. It still only did 3, 3, 4. But I mean, it could also be that maybe the large rat only has 3, 3, 4 HP. Maybe that's why we're not seeing, like, an increase in damage output. Let's go try that Lothric Knight. We might die here, but it's for science. It's the science of magic. Wiki does have this to say, though. As a spell catalyst, the Rose of Ariandel is very strong, possessing impressive spell buff that scales strongly all the way up to 40 faith. However, past this point, its scaling drops off significantly, meaning that it is easily overtaken by other catalysts at 45 faith and beyond. But it looks cool, though. Actually, I can even proc the buff now, because it doesn't go away when I rest at a bonfire. Try Great Lightning Spear. We tested this before, and I think it was hitting for, what, like 333 or 334 damage? Let's see how much it hits for now. 382. The description sounds really good, but I feel like it's not going to be a thing. Like, it looked like we gained about 50 damage, and 50 damage is a pretty good chunk. But we were also still wearing Ring of the Sun's Firstborn. And I feel like we should have gotten more from that. So I'm guessing that it doesn't stack then with the ring. Which, I mean, even if it doesn't stack, that can still be considered a good thing, because that frees up a ring slot. Alright, let's try this one more time. I unequipped the ring, right? I did. Okay. So let's see how much damage it does without the ring. See if there's any difference. What? Oh, you can't get the buff unless you have the dex to do it. So I would need to put on the Hunter's Ring again. There we go. Oh, maybe it does stack. Before we were consistently hitting for like, was it 388 and that was 382? Or maybe they don't stack, but maybe one just takes priority. Maybe like... How much damage was that? I don't remember anymore. Was it like 382? Maybe the ring has like a... Like the Miracle Ring, maybe that has like a higher buff to it? You think 334 was the last test? Well... I don't think I'm going to use it. I want to use it. I really, really want to use it. But I don't feel like... I feel like it would be kind of pointless. And the main reason I want to use it isn't even for the effect. Though I feel like the effect itself is kind of useless. Because it's not... I can't imagine a situation where I would ever really want to use it. I just think it looks cool when I use it. Like he's a very repentant cleric there, willing to flail himself and in order to strengthen the power of his miracles. I think that's a really cool concept. And I think it sort of fits with the roleplay style of a certain kind of cleric. But do the miracles hit that much harder? Not from what I see. I mean, if I use the thing to whip myself, and all of a sudden my offensive miracles were hitting for like 500 bonus damage, yes, I would use it. But for like 40 or 50 points more damage, no. Now maybe if it was 40 or 50 points more damage, and I took less damage to my own HP bar, okay, maybe. But no, I think it's a really, really cool item. And if I did ever play Dark Souls 3 again and want to start like from scratch and make a cleric, I would try to think about how I might organize my miracles in the future to like try to base a whole build specifically around the Ariandel. But I just feel it's probably not a thing to use. Not for me. Emberdusk's finally taken down Freed, eh? We did. Right down to the wire, yep. No Estus left. Yeah, it was right down to the wire. It was a really tense fight. And we beat her. Originally, I wanted to treat Phase 3 like Phase 1. And in Phase 1, we got pretty good at the timings of quite a few of her attacks. But one of the favorite things for me to do in Phase 1 was wait for her to go invisible and jump and try to hear to where she lands. And then run towards her and then get in some free hits. And I tried doing that in Phase 3, but I couldn't really pull it off. And so I had to try and see, well, okay, when can I hit her safely? And I couldn't find any time where I could hit her safely. But to some extent, I could sort of tank through some of her hits. Sometimes she would dash at me, and she would try to do some 360 spins and slash at me with her scythes. And sometimes while locked onto her, I could roll through those, not get hit, or maybe get hit once. But then immediately get up and wail on her and get in a good 3 or 4 hits with my Great Mace, and then back up, and then Estus, and then go back in. And so I just tried to sort of wait for that moment. And, yeah, pulled it off. Like I said, it was a tense fight, but it was a good fight. And we were playtesting the Rose of Ariandel. I think it's a really cool item. I would have loved to have used it. I don't think it's practical. Not for me. Not the way I practice my combat style. So it shall not be used. But it's a cool item. I'm glad I got it. It's anything to add to our little collection. Right. Let's swap rings again. Actually, since we're here on the rings, oh, I gotta wait for the 2-minute buff to go away. Is the Miracle Ring even worth it? Let's go back to the Knight. I'm gonna go back to the Knight, and we're gonna spam some Great Lightning Spears and see how much damage we deal while wearing the Miracle Ring. And then we're going to attack him again without the Miracle Ring and see what the damage difference is. Because if it's really small damage difference, then I may as well just wear a different ring. I got plenty of good rings in my inventory. And should always be trying to wear the best one. I'm still waiting for that buff to wear off from the whip. I will say the fact that the buff from that Rose of Ariandel whip, the fact it lasts so long is really nice. Because you do take a lot of damage to your health when you use it. Now, what I would like to see, and I understand why it's, you know, it's... Wait, is that from the ring? Or is that from the whip? Oh, that's from the ring. Never mind. It just has... It uses the same icon as the buff from the whip. I forgot what I was saying now. What was I saying? Something about I have other good rings I could wear. And if the damage is very minor, the damage increase is very minor from wearing the ring, I should just wear a different ring. I feel like there was something after that one. Alright, let's test out Great Lightning Spear with the Miracle Ring. 382. 382. 382. 382. Okay. So with the Miracle Ring, it deals 382. Alright, let's see what the damage is without the ring. Ember says, I've wanted to try a miracle build, but the damage was just not good enough, even if you use the point-blank trick. What's the point-blank trick? And I completely understand, Ember. Miracles just do not feel... They don't feel that strong in this game. And I think that's for two reasons. recently, I think it was like maybe a couple days ago, I watched a YouTube video where they compared all the miracles in Dark Souls 1 to Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3. And they're like, out of the whole Dark Souls trilogy, the miracles are the strongest or the best in Dark Souls 3. And I'm like, I can see where you're getting that from, but I disagree. I think there's a lot of good variety when it comes to miracles in Dark Souls 3. And I think some of them deal some pretty cool damage, some pretty impressive damage, like Wrath of the Gods. But I think there's two big factors, I would say, that make miracles harder to use in Dark Souls 3 than in the other Souls games. And so one of those, actually there's like three reasons, and they all kind of work together to make miracles worse in Dark Souls 3. One is that the enemies in Dark Souls 3 move much faster than the enemies in Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 2. So if that bonfire were an enemy and it were coming after me, if this were Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 2, I'd probably be able to get in like a good 2 or 3 Great Lightning Spears before it attacked me. But here in Dark Souls 3, I might get in 1, because enemies move so fast. And so that means it's much harder to play the range game in Dark Souls 3. And so that makes all ranged attacks not quite as good in Dark Souls 3, just because everything moves faster. I would say something else is that it appears, and I can't say this with all miracles, but it appears that some miracles are slower in Dark Souls 3 than in other Souls games. For instance, I used Wrath of the Gods in Dark Souls 1 a lot. And I can tell you that here in Dark Souls 3, Wrath of the Gods is slower. And so that makes it less useful. And so not only do you have faster moving enemies, but you have slower casting miracles. And that just exacerbates the problem. And then I would say, of the miracles that you can, or the offensive miracles you do have access to, you need either some really high faith, or they just don't hit that hard. And that's sort of a shame. And Squirmy Duck, who's another streamer friend of ours, she came in and she kind of explained why that is. She said that in Dark Souls 3, the Cleric is really meant to be more of a support character, which makes sense. Cleric is typically a support character in other games. It's not, but it's not really meant to be a solo class. And that's how I'm sort of trying to use it, and that explains why it's not really working out as well as I had hoped. But I feel like that is something you could pull off in Dark Souls 1, and maybe even in Dark Souls 2. In Dark Souls 3, it's possible, because we're doing it, but it's a real challenge. And it says, if you cast one of the Lightning Spear miracles directly on top of your opponent, you get a good bit more damage out of it. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Beezer says twins are done. Yes, twins are done. Twins are done. The Nameless King is done. And now Sister Freed is done. So after we test out the difference in damage with the Great Lightning Spear without wearing the Miracle Ring, we might have a look at our rings again. We might swap one out. And then after that, we're going to go back to DLC1 and see what else we can wrap up there. Oh, no, you beat the twins, LOL. Oh, congratulations, Beezers. Didn't you say you were fighting them at soul level 1? Right? Yeah, and what's your build? Like, what class did you choose? Not that that's entirely important information. What's really relevant is that he did at level 1. Which... oh my goodness. Beezers did soul level 1 deprived. That is crazy. You can only do level 1 on deprived? Oh, you meant literally level 1. Okay. When you said level 1, I thought like you just meant you didn't level up. So like you could choose any class. Like you could choose warrior, but then never invest any points to level up beyond the level you start at. Like, in my mind, whatever level your character starts at is level 1. Even though it's not technically level 1, I consider it level 1. But you really went level 1. You literally went level 1. That is incredibly impressive. Beezers. Yeah, it took us a long time to beat twins. I think it took us 2 days. I think it took us 2 days to beat twins. And I think I was actually possibly over-leveled for the area. I mean, when it came to soul level, I think I was over-leveled, but I spread my stats very thin. And so maybe we were actually like right where we're supposed to be, maybe even a little below where we were supposed to be in certain attributes. But even then, it was still a tough fight. Strong enemies, they have a lot of cheap tactics, and yeah, the fact you actually pull that off at literally level 1 is mad impressive. Very, very mad impressive, Beezers. Congrats. Big congrats. Huge congrats. So you should be ecstatic right now. So what's next? You know what? I wouldn't even say what's next. I would just celebrate. I would just celebrate for the rest of the day. Maybe the rest of the week. You like to thank your viewers. Are you streaming right now, Beezers? .303. That was 303. And what's the last damage number I typed in? Wait, hold on. 382? Okay, we're gonna keep the ring. That is significant. Without the ring, we're doing 303, and with the ring, we're doing 382. So that's a difference of 79 damage per bolt. That is significant. If it was like 30 damage or less, I'd swap it out for something else. But like almost 80 damage? That's a good chunk of damage right there. I'm keeping it. You are? Have I tried stacking both miracle rings? I could try that, but I don't really want to. And the reason I don't really want to is because I feel like I need the other rings. So let me go through the other rings here. So the blue tearstone ring, because we're so squishy, has kept me alive a lot. I know it's keeping me alive when I was fighting Sister Freed, and I know it's kept me alive while exploring levels and against other bosses. So I feel like there's no way I can take this off. Ring of Favor +3, it's just too good. Boost your HP, your stamina, your equip load. I always want to wear Ring of Favor. The only ring that's kind of questionable is Prisoner's Chain. It increases the damage you take, while also increasing your vigor, endurance, and vitality. So it's essentially just a worse version of Ring of Favor, but it boosts my vigor, endurance, and vitality so much, or rather, it just boosts the vigor so much, that I feel it offsets the damage that you take from wearing it. Now, maybe, and I doubt this is going to happen, but maybe if I get my stats, like my vigor and endurance, or maybe even just my vigor stat really high, then it might get to the point where the bonus in vigor I gain from wearing the Prisoner's Chain would be almost nothing. And so it would really only serve to hurt me. If that happens, then yes, I will take off the Prisoner's Chain and I will put on another ring, and that ring might be another miracle ring. But for now, it appears like it's still doing a really good job. So like if I try to take this off, you see I lose a good chunk of HP right there. I'm going to use my calculator for this. 1748 minus 1671 is 77. So I would lose 77 HP. It doesn't look like I would lose any stamina, which is interesting. And I don't really care that much about the vitality. But to lose 77 HP, 77 HP is a pretty good chunk. So I think I'd probably leave it on for now. Also, I threw you a follow, Beezers. Congrats again. Oh, Beezers is actually... Oh, that's true, I guess the Twin Princes would be the final boss, wouldn't they? Would they have to be? Can you beat the Twin Princes before facing Yorm? Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, looks like you're about to complete the game. Very nice. Oh, you do have to beat Yorm before the princes. Okay. Yes. Let us throw our streamer friend Beezers a shout out. There you go. If you are not already following Beezers, like I was not, then do throw him a follow. Behold the mystical Beezers, a whimsical gamer conjuring fun from every title they touch. With a wave of their wand, they've danced through Dark Souls 3, charming princes and chaos alike. From silent night crawls to crystal clear victories, watch as they test their mettle with laughter and distraction spells. Now, for my final reveal, will the Fire Babe, witness their triumph, or will the wall remain untouched? Stay tuned. Who's the Fire Babe? Are you trying to use pyromancies? I wonder why it said that. Thank you, Lorelei, for hanging with us. Let's put away these large Titanite shards. And we'll go sell that helmet. And I want to reallocate my Estus again. I only made my Ashen Estus 0 for that boss fight because I knew other than maybe renewing Tears of Denial, I wasn't going to use any sort of offensive miracles or anything. Or maybe even Chime Heals, just because the bosses are so fast.
Ah, how may...
Sell... Helm for 300.
Ashen One, be sure to bring...
Yes, I know.
Ah, just what neat.
And... reallocate Estus. Let's do... When I was doing just Tears of Denial and the Chime Heals, I left it at 12-3. Would I change that now? Have I become so much of a mage that I should use more Ashen Estus Flasks? Against normal enemies, I won't. Mini-bosses, maybe. I'd probably try melee first. Against bosses, it depends on the boss. It's very situational. I think 10 and 5 is too lopsided. That's too much Ash and Estus. 11 and 4? I don't like the way that looks. I either want 12-3 or 10-5. Embert asks, have you seen the trailer for the Shadow of the Erd Tree? I have. I think it looks really cool. It makes it look like Elden Ring is truly the next iteration of Souls from a gameplay perspective. It's beautiful, it's vast, it's fast. The enemy designs are really cool. There's a lot of cool combat techniques, like the flying kick I saw in the trailer. And the miracle, the butterfly miracle, where the caster hovers off the ground and twists around. That looked really neat. I didn't understand a lot of what was going on because I haven't played Elden Ring yet, but it looked really cool. Jazz asks, ready for DLC 2. I'm excited for you to experience the beginning of it. Fish out of water. Embert has... Wait. No, I'm sorry. Molchevendier has already pre-ordered it. I'm going to hold up on my pre-order for now. Maybe I'll get lucky and pick it up on sale. We still have to finish our first playthrough of Dark Souls 3. Then we have to get into New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus, maybe even New Game Plus 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 after that to get the Platinum Trophy. We'll see. Then we're moving into Bloodborne. And then we have to get the platinum on that. Then we have to start the base game of Elden Ring. And I feel like by the time we get to the DLC of Elden Ring, it might be like around November or December. So maybe by that time there'll be like a Thanksgiving or Christmas sale on the DLC, and I'll scoop it up then. Probably about the time that the DLC launches for Elden Ring, I might still be in my first playthrough of Bloodborne. That's what I'm thinking. Ember says, I normally do 12 and 3. Jan says 11 and 4, and 13 and 2 are my go-tos. Feels so weird that it's stuck at 15. Not an even number. I know. That's why I said I don't like... I feel like 11 and 4 is probably the most strategic route for us to go. I just don't like the 11. I don't want like an even number on normal Estus. Which isn't strategic. It's a look thing. Feels so weird that it's... Yeah. Elden Ring has an even number of 14, not 16, lol. Oh, one less. Interesting. Was it Dark Souls 2 that let you have 20? Oh, that's right. It was Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 let you have 20 Estus. But your Estus didn't change. Like, there's no... I don't think there was such a thing as, like, 5 Estus plus 5 or 5 Estus plus 6. It was just 5 Estus. So that kind of explains why it doesn't... Why it goes up to 20. Because you can't make the Estus itself heal for more. Or, like, bone shards or, like, burning them in a bonfire or anything. Let me look at my miracles.
Pretty be careful.
Yes. Alright. What do we got? We have... I would recast that during a boss fight. Doris gnawing. I would use... I feel like all the offensive miracles I have, I would use very situationally. Maybe that would change over time. It's just, I've played so much of the game without having offensive miracles. And I was kind of worried about this. I think I said this maybe last week. That I feel like I've kind of settled into my playstyle already. So it might be like a permanent playstyle this way. And I would like to just kind of stretch myself out a little bit and get more into the caster side of things. But now it's like, well, okay, when would I cast? Under what situation would I use a spell like this? To farm? Yeah, I can see that. But what about beyond farming? What about actually, like, in real combat situations? When would I use it? If I'm really surrounded by enemies, I might try to roll through and like, launch a Wrath of the Gods. I can see that happening. When it comes to, like, Doris Gnawing and Great Lightning Spear, I don't know. It would be very situational. How situational? I think that really determines how many Ashen Estus Flasks I should use.
Well, that is good. What needs?
Thinking through the game, how many times would I like to have used offensive miracles and wasn't able to? I would like to have used them against the Wyvern on the High Wall of Lothric, but I'm not even sure you can. Are there any bosses that I would have used offensive miracles against other than the Nameless King? Well, let's see. Eudix Gundyr? In second phase? Maybe? If I were a Pyromancer, yes. Because once that black stuff starts coming at him, I think that's weak to fire. But I don't have... There's no such thing as a fire miracle. So, I mean, maybe I would try lightning miracles? Vort? Vort moves too fast. I wouldn't use him against Vort. I would just use my fire hammer. Curse-rotted Greatwood? No. It'd be tempting to try to use... Well, no, he's probably weak to fire too because he's a tree. But more specifically, you have to pop the bubbles on him. So I don't think you can get that specific, maybe, with your miracles. And even if you can, I feel like the hammer should be more effective. Crystal Sage? No. He's going to outmagic me every time. Deacons of the Deep. Actually, Deacons of the Deep, yes. But I wouldn't use Doris Gnawing or the Lightning Miracle. I would use Wrath of the Gods. That's going to be fun. When I get to run in between all those enemies and just cast Wrath of the Gods and watch them all go flying. Abyss Watchers? No, they move too fast. High Lord Wolnir. No. I'll just go hammer his bracelets. Old Demon King? If I had a Frost Miracle, which I don't think that even exists, does it? A Frost Miracle? I feel like it should. I don't think it does. Would I use lightning against him? I might use magic against Old Demon King because he moves kind of slow. And I feel like it's a good idea to keep range. So I might use it against him. The Lightning Miracle, specifically. What else? Pontiff Sullivan? No, not really. I might get off one miracle before he attacks me. I wouldn't even try it. Aldrich? No way. No. Yorm? No. Dancer? No. Dragon Slayer Armor? No. Consumed Oceros? No. Champion Gundyr? Probably not. Lauren and Lothric? No. Ancient Wyvern? No. Ancient Wyvern's the easiest boss in the whole game. Once you know how to fight him. He's literally a one-hit kill. Champion's Grave Tender with a Grave Tender Great Wolf. Again, if I were a Pyromancer, yeah. Standard miracles? If the wolf didn't move so quickly, I could see using the Gnaw miracle. But, like, once it loses half its HP, it gets so fast, I feel like I wouldn't have time to cast the miracle and then dodge out of the way. Nameless King, yes. From now on, yes. Nameless King. Sister Freed, no. So there's not that many bosses I would try to even use the miracles on. So I think we're going to stick at 12 and 3. And...
Prithee, be careful. I don't want to see my work.
Yes, yes. We're going to stick at 12 and 3 for now. And if it seems like we need to allot more Ashen Estus later on, we'll just do that. Alright, we're not going to go to DLC2 yet, though. I want to return to DLC1 and see if there's anything else we can wrap up. I want to go back to the Ariandel Chapel. And I want to see if that painting kit is up there. Because he said now that we open the door, later on he would leave. And so maybe he went up there to go paint again. Because it feels weird. It feels like the story is unfinished in DLC 1. Like, we had a guy dressed up like a knight. He gave us a piece of painting. We touched it. We got warped into another world. And we saw some other NPC people. We killed them. We talked to them. We killed more people. And then that was it. And it's like, well, okay. What happens now? So, I don't know the answer to that. Can we come back to this boss room and loot something else, like I did with the Deacons of the Deep? Hey, Geist, what's up? We cannot. Let's also put the fire hammer back on. Are we wearing all our correct rings? We are. Okay. This part is heart-wrenching? Really? I actually made a little mistake. I don't want to go upstairs just yet. I want to go back to the very first bonfire here. I want to see if that other guy has anything new to tell us. When we first arrived here and we were inside that cave, a guy talked to us. He's like, oh, you don't have to worry about the outside anymore. You can just lay down, choose your own bed area, and just rest. It's like, okay, well. Maybe he'll have something new to tell us. Maybe he'll get angry at us. Because it looked like he was lying in a bed of, like, maggots. And he said, like, you could just lay here and rot. And the description of the soul of Elfriede was that she wanted the world to fall into rot anyway. She didn't want it to be renewed by fire. And so maybe by killing Elfriede, we have incurred the wrath of the guy in the beginning area. Maybe he'll lose his bed. So, let's go see. Maybe he'll fight us. Maybe he just has new dialogue. Maybe he's dead. I can't lock on, so he's not aggro. At least not yet.
Quick, go along. Find one for yourself. A sweetly rotting bed to lie upon.
No, I guess not. Okay. No new dialogue there. Alright, now we head back to the chapel. To answer the question of the week, it was, in fact, this. Oh! The last game you beat was Dark Souls 3. And what do you think of it? What is your opinion of Dark Souls 3? It's a vast improvement to the original. In what ways do you think? Combat system, variety of spells, variety of weapons, better cosmetic armor. I do really like this robe. I think this is actually probably one of the things that's holding me back is wearing this robe. Because it doesn't feel like it really gives me a lot of defense. I would probably be better wearing armor. But I just like it. I like it so much. I'm never going to take it off. You didn't find any boss that you really felt cheated you except the Nameless King? I feel the same, only for me it was the princes, the twin princes that I felt were cheap. Oh, he is back. The Nameless King I felt was just really hard for me. Until I learned sort of a cheese tactic that I could use, and that made the whole thing easier. Oh, I forgot this. Hold on. Last time I walked up to somebody involving a painting, I got warped into another world. I want to make sure that if he's like, look, I started painting something new. Why don't you touch the canvas? And then I get warped into another world and have to go through another boss fight. I want to be prepared. Okay.
I can hear the fire crackle.
Yes, it's on my
And
mace.
soon, I will see it.
It's right in front of you. Oh, you got some long hair. I didn't see that before. Wow.
My thanks, Ashen One.
You're welcome.
I will finish the painting
Good luck.
of a cold, dark, and very gentle place, so that it might make a home for someone someday.
Why cold? Why not change the scenery a bit? How about a nice warm beach? That sounds nice. Some coconut trees, some dolphins swimming around. You know, change it up a little bit.
My thanks, Ashen One. I will finish the painting of a cold, dark, and very gentle place, so that it might make a home for someone someday.
Okay. So no new dialogue from him. Well, that was new dialogue, but it sounds like his story's not done yet. Did I miss something? Was there something down here I was supposed to collect? Guy says also the inclusion of fast travel from the start was a plus. Yes. I noticed that in Dark Souls too. I enjoyed that. Big perk. Guy says, I don't know if I've started this, but the original Dark Souls was one of my favorites, so that shows how critical I am on Souls games. Oh, stated this, sorry. Yeah. I would say in a few respects, I feel that Dark Souls 3 is better than Dark Souls 1. It has, I believe it has a greater variety of spells. I think it has more bosses. It has a greater variety of locations. I think it has better looking graphics, better looking, more unique armors, cooler weapons. I can see that. You feel like the characters feel more fleshed out? Story-wise? I'd agree with that, too. Did I miss something? Is there anything left here in DLC 1 to do? No? Tukatsuna says, I didn't kill Sister Freed yet, because I've uninstalled the game and didn't want to grind. Understandable, Tukatsuna. Very understandable. Guy says, I think you are done. Jen says, not until DLC 2's end. Yes, we still have to go. We haven't started DLC 2 yet. Let's see. Doris gnawing. How much damage? 329. Lightning. 292. Let's try it again. Lightning. 292. Gnawing. 165 because it only had 165 health left. Yeah, Doris gnawing hits harder. I think we have one left down there, right? We have more than one left. How many more? We have 2. Let's try Wrath of the Gods. Right between them. I wonder if it's going to hit both of them. Let's see what we have here on range. Wrath of the Gods! 629 to each of them. That was awesome. Onward to the Ringed Capital, I think it is. I thought it was called the Dreg Heap. Who are you fighting? Wrath of the Gods is really good for PvP. Ah, yes. Yes, we are in an ad break. Thank you for sticking around to support the show. I wonder if I see anything different if I use this bonfire to get there instead of the bonfire in the Ashen area. Yeah, I think there was only 2 NPCs that we didn't kill that you can talk to. The little boy and that guy in the very beginning, right before the first bonfire in the cave. We talked to both of them. Grub guy had no new dialogue. It seems like the kid's story is unfinished, but I don't know how to finish it. Nope, same place. Maybe we'll collect something in DLC 2 that we take back to DLC 1, or maybe it's just meant to be left unfinished. Tukatsuna says 3? 3 fave bosses? You have reached the 3rd phase because you like bows. Melee in 1st phase. Bow against the big guy. Melee and bows in the 3rd phase, but you died. We went all melee. And 1st phase, I think we got down pretty well. 2nd phase was pretty tough, but we managed it. 3rd phase was, I would say it was about the same as phase 2. Phase 2 was hard because I had 2 enemies, and they did a pretty good job of covering each other, and one healed. And that's really what made it hard. Or what made phase 2 hard. Phase 3 was hard, but for different reasons. Phase 3 was hard because we had to do so much dodging and attacking that it really just chewed through our stamina. and it was really stamina management that made Phase 3 hard. Take a shot in the dark for every time you see you died. That would just make it... I don't think that would work. You just keep knocking it back then. Because your reflexes would just continue to get slower and slower as you kept taking more shots. Oh, who is this? I can't lock onto them. Oh, it's snowing! Oh, no, it's not. That was just ash falling on our head. Oh, well. Jumping ahead. No. Tell me to jump. Death ahead. That I believe. Take the plunge. I might survive that, but who are you? Oh, you have a chair. I didn't even see the chair. I don't know, though. We've already been going for 5¼ hours. Oh, wait. What is that? Oh, we can't get there yet. Okay. I can see an item over there and I want to pick it up, but... That's pretty far down. Oh, wait a second. I made a mistake. When I'm farming for Covenant items, I take all of the other items in my inventory, like other weapons and rings and stuff that I'm not using, and I put them back into storage. Because what I'm scared I'll do is I farm for Covenant items until I either have all the Covenant items or until I have enough souls to level up. And then once I go level up, I just sell all the excess stuff, all the excess pieces of armor and weapons I loot from the enemies that I'm farming for Covenant items. And sometimes I'm tired when I'm farming, and I want to make sure I don't accidentally sell some of my gear. And so I just throw all that stuff into storage. But I forgot to pull out one of my important rings. And that is the Fall Ring, the Silver Cat Ring. Where is my Silver Cat Ring? Oh, there it is, okay. I was getting a little worried there. I thought maybe I sold it. Okay. Let's look around a bit here. He's standing very still. There's an item. You literally would die. You probably would. You need to increase your stamina to kill Sister Freed? Yeah. Oh, he isn't the sorcerer? Our sorcerer friend died. He died a long time ago. Good way to amass souls? Yeah, we gained a lot of levels off stream just farming for Covenant items. And once I end, I'm gonna go and farm some more. I just need 2 more severed ears to finish leveling up with the blue sentinels. And then Sunday I'll probably start working on farming Covenant items for the mound makers. That's the last Covenant we have to grind for or farm for. Let me see here. I feel like this might be a good place to stop for tonight. And then tomorrow, we could dedicate the entire stream to DLC2. I wonder how long... Tell me this before we stop. How long is DLC 2 compared to DLC 1? Is it longer, shorter, about the same length? Taketsuna says, yeah, the sorcerer dies when you upgrade perhaps 8 times and when you kill the Abyss Watchers. We never upgraded 8 times. We did defeat the Abyss Watchers, though. Oh boy. Taketsuna says, in my playthroughs in DLC 2, it's exponentially harder. Jan says, longer to traverse, as well as much longer due to time spent in bosses. So it's longer and harder. Great. Well, then I think definitely on that note, we will hold off till tomorrow to dive into DLC 2. We made some good progress today. We found ourselves a new chime that we're going to use, which we've had for a long time, but we never bothered to thoroughly test. And that is the tree bellvine. What is its full name? The Saint Tree Bellvine. So yes, we have the Saint Tree Bellvine. We upgraded it, and because of its casting speed, it's a lot easier to use a lot of our miracles. We now also have more offensive miracles, finally. In addition to Dora's Gnawing, which is really good. It appears on unarmored enemies. We have Great Lightning Spear, which is very consistent, and also deals a little bit of extra bonus damage to armored enemies. Then we have Wrath of the Gods, which, as someone said, is good in PvP, but is also good if we are surrounded by AI-controlled enemies. And of course we have our Tears of Denial, which is, we've had that since almost the beginning of the game. So, we have a better chime. We have offensive miracles, and we got to beat Sister Friede today. And I was really unsure if we were going to be able to pull that off today. I hoped we would, but I wasn't sure. And so I'm glad that we were able to do that. And I think I'll stick with maining the Firehammer for DLC 2. Looks like we're gonna fight more bird people, maybe, and I think they're weak to fire. So, yes. Tuketsuna says, in DLC 1, I can go... Oh, you can go from, like, one edge of the map to the other without dying, but in DLC 2 you can't do that? Alright, yeah. I think we're going to set up a raid right now. And we are going to raid Beezers. Because Beezers is still playing Dark Souls 3. I don't think I will stick around in Beezer's stream too much. Because it looks like he's playing through DLC 2. And I don't want spoilers. But we can show him our support by heading on over there and hanging out. I'll probably hang out for a little bit. But then I'll step away to preserve all the first time experiences for streaming tomorrow. But let me set that up now. And I also want to say some thank yous. Thank you to Beezers for being here, and to Lorelei, and to Jans, and to Tukitsune, and to Fusion, and to Geist, to Much of Endear. Yes, good night, Much of Endear. Let's see, to Embered, to Jamera, to Jans, to Dread, to Brandon, and also thanks goes out to all the lurkers. Do take care. Just have a good night. Thank you all for being here. Setting up the raid now for Beezers. There we go. And thank you all again for coming. After we hop off, like I said, I'll probably hang out in Beezer stream for a bit. I'm gonna get myself something to eat. And then I'm gonna go and try to farm the last 2 faction items. I guess I'll just pull those out right now. Storage. There they are. 28 proof of a Concord kept. And then tomorrow, hopefully, we'll go and we'll turn these into the Blue Sentinels. And then we'll start DLC2. So, thank you again, everyone. I will see you tomorrow for more Dark Souls 3 and DLC2, the beginning of DLC2. Till then, take care, have a good night, and tell Beezers hello.